Chapter 34. A plentiful harvest. Jiang Li whispered to himself. He was wondering if he should take them down right now. With the energy points he had, he could upgrade a few match to the perfected stage and beat Long Chengzhen and the other leaders. Swish! Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and prepared for the upgrade. Am I too reckless? Jiang Li then paused and pondered. I've already taken control of the entire Quicksand Gang, and City East is also the territory of the Sirius Gang. With these foundations, I can totally develop the gang slowly, then keep saving money to make more mechs and strengthen my mech army. I shouldn't be too aggressive. While Jiang Li was thinking, people from the City Lord Mansion and the government office arrived. There were 100 city guards who were wearing armor and holding spears. Each of them was at the peak stage of the elementary level. Their leader was the deputy commander of the city guards and a martial artist of perfected stage level 1, Hao Qian. Chiefs. Hao Qian was handsome and fierce. He said, I'm here to pass on the city lord's order. The 4 gangs aren't allowed to fight here in order to maintain safety and order in Yongan City. You should know that the monsters have been running wild in the surrounding villages. This may be the plan of the Red Eyebrow Empire. If you start fighting here, you'll weaken the power of Yongan City. When the monsters come, we won't be able to resist them. Well, Hua Qian coughed. Since the city lord has issued an order, we'll just put it behind us for now. Yu Shulan nodded. Long Chengzhen remained silent. Chief Jiang. Hao Qian looked at Jiang Li. I don't have any opinion. Jiang Li shrugged. Jiang Li. At that moment, Zhongling walked in with 100 patrols. He took out a tablet when he was a dozen meters away from Jiang Li and said, I'm here to ask you some questions for the State Lord. The State Lord. Jiang Li sized Zhongling up. What's wrong? Chief Jiang, let me ask you, where did your men come from? Zhongling pointed at the mech behind Jiang Li. The government office has detailed information about you. You have an ordinary background, and Jiang Huahong even died in Stone Village not long ago. After Jiang Huahong died, you succeeded as the leader of the Sirius Gang. Your gang became so strong in such a short period of time, and you suddenly got so many powerful subordinates. Most importantly, the monsters showed up at the same time. Oh. Jiang Li snickered. Do you mean that I have something to do with the monsters? Chief Jiang, I didn't say that. Zhongling smiled. You're besmirching my reputation. Jiang Li shrugged. Then, please explain, Zhongling said. I have nothing to tell you, Jiang Li replied. Chief Jiang, you'll make it difficult for me if you don't cooperate. Zhongling shook his head. By then, for the safety of Yongan City, I'll have to search the headquarters of the Sirius Gang, and you must help with my investigation. Zhongling, cut the crap. Peng Kuei yelled, how would Chief have anything to do with the monsters? You don't have any proof. Are you just making a guess? It's an inference. Zhongling smiled. Inference? Then, it's just bullshit. Peng Kuei smirked. I can also make something up like this. I think you're a mixed breed bastard your mom had with a monster. Of course, I don't have any proof. It's my inference. Ha ha ha, Peng Kuei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Mixed breed bastard. Then all the members of the Sirius Gang laughed. Zhongling was completely enraged. Are you leaving or not? Jiang Li glanced at him. Jiang Li, you better pray that I won't find any evidence. Zhongling grunted and left. Heavenly I looked at Jiang Li and left with the city guards. Ha ha. Long Chengzhen sneered. Hua Qian and Yu Shulan also left. Xu Wei, what's wrong with the City Lord Mansion and the government office? Jiang Li asked. Chief, what do you mean? Xu Wei was shocked. The City Lord Mansion is responsible for military matters, while the government office is responsible for political matters. The City Lord Mansion has command over all the city guards, and the government office manages the political affairs in Yongan City. Oh, military and political affairs are separate. Jiang Li finally understood. The system of the Qian dynasty was a bit different from what he knew. How strong are the city guards? Jiang Li asked again. They have 3,000 official soldiers and 7,000 reserve soldiers. Shu Wei answered, but these aren't all the City Lord Mansion has. If you ask around, you'll find out that there are many other soldiers. Basically, the official soldiers are all at the peak stage of the elementary level. And the reserve soldiers are of different levels. So, they have a total of 10,000 men. Jiandali murmured. Shu Wei nodded. The City Lord Mansion is strong. The 4 strongest gangs usually ignore the government office, but they wouldn't offend the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion. Jiandali mumbled, who's the City Lord? Dugu Huangcheng, Shu Wei replied. Dugu. Jiandali was startled. He thought of Dugu Luo from the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Were they under the City Lord Mansion? It was possible. Time flew and night had fallen. Jiandali had already moved the headquarters of the Sirius Gang to that of the Quicksand Gang, and Henwiusha's compound also became his. His new bedroom was spacious and had glamorous decorations. During the day, Jiandali asked Hudon to move all the herbs the Quicksand Gang had to the chief's compound. There were tons of them, and even had quite a few inferior-class spirit herbs of level 1. It was fair to say that the amount of herbs Jiandali got this time was the greatest among all. Apart from herbs, the Quicksand Gang also had jewelry and paintings that were worth 1,000,000 taels of silver, and the businesses in City East as well. Right now Jiandali had control of the entire City East. All the gangs had to pay him every month, and he was getting a huge profit from all those businesses. After some calculation, the Quicksand Gang could get a profit of 100,000 taels of silver every month, but Jiandali could only get 10,000 as he had to pay the salary of the members. He had to pay each member a salary every month. Otherwise nobody would join the gang. 10,000 a month. That's too little. Jiandali organized most of the information and massaged his eyes. I thought after taking over such a large territory, the money I would earn every month would be enough for me to make more matches. It just isn't turning out the way I wanted. Rather than saving money slowly, it's quicker to plunder the other gangs. Let's just convert these herbs to energy points. Jiandali got up and came to the chief's compound. The Mets were guarding the compound so no one could get close. I'll convert the non-graded herbs to energy points first. Jiandali looked at the wooden boxes in front of him. There were 3,000 non-graded herbs, 23 inferior-class spirit herbs of level 1 and a medial-class spirit herb of level 1. Chapter 35. Intel Matches. 3,000 non-graded herbs were all the Quicksand Gang had, and they belonged to Jiandali now. Most of them were 10 years old, but there were also herbs that were 20, 30 and 90 years old. At the chief's compound, as a large white light flashed, the 3,000 non-graded herbs all disappeared and were converted into energy points. A notice appeared before Jiandali. Conversion successful. Received 4520 energy points. He opened the virtual window. The total number of energy points increased from 894 to 5,414 points. More than 5,000 energy points. Jiandali was thrilled. He first opened the Mech Types window and unlocked the Intel Mech. Intel Mech unlocked. Make 1 Intel Mech. Jiandali controlled the Dominator panel. Swish. A virtual window popped up with a human figure on it. Countless light dots started to fill the figure. A minute later, the mech was completed and the virtual human figure became realistic. Master, I'm Intel Mech XX01. The Intel Mech came up. He was a 20-year-old man and looked cold. He was wearing a military uniform and he gave Jiandali a formal salute. Okay. Jiandali nodded and looked at the equipment the Intel Mech had. He didn't have any weapons. He only had some kind of wireless radio station with an antenna in the middle on his back. Mech type, Intel Mech. Level, early stage of level 1. No, XX01. Skills, level 1 elementary wireless communication technology. Equipment, level 1 elementary wireless communication device. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. Intel Mech XX01, tell me about yourself, Jiangli said. Yes, Master, XX01 replied. Intel Mechs don't have strong combat power. We are mainly responsible for military communications and we ensure real-time intelligence transmission within the army. Since I'm at the early stage of level 1 right now, I can only communicate with words. There is no limit on the communication distance. As there's no army base station yet, all the communications are carried out through the game system, the legendary mech army, and 1 energy point will be used each time. As I reach higher levels, I'll gradually unlock all kinds of ways to communicate. Report completed. Jiangli nodded and mumbled, Intel mechs are actually signalers. Although they aren't good at fighting, they are pretty strong and are comparable to the weakest martial artists of the same level. During the day, people from the government office said that I'm in contact with the monsters. I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy here. I guess someone's planning something behind it, but it's not that easy to frame me. In fact, Jiangli even thought that someone superior in Yongan City might be working with the monsters. Otherwise, people from the government office wouldn't have come. And yet Jiangli didn't have any evidence or clues, so he had no idea where to start. It's not like I don't have any clues at all. Jiangli pondered and murmured, I can start from Zhongling and Stone Village. Jiangli mumbled, with the Intel mech, I'll be able to communicate with the others at a distance. By then, I'll only need to send some mechs to Stone Village while I give them commands from the city. Upgrade the Intel mech. Jiangli controlled the Dominator panel. Swish! Light flashed on the Intel mech and he was upgraded to the perfected stage of level 1 in just a few seconds. 140 energy points were used. Mech type, Intel mech. Level, perfected stage of level 1. No, XX01. Skills, level 1 ultimate wireless communication technology. Equipment, level 1 ultimate wireless communication device. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 1 level 2 Soul Tinder, 100 energy points. The Intel mech didn't look much different, but the black box on his back shrank several times and became something like a tablet. It was also promoted from a recruit to a sergeant. Intel mechs of early stage level 1 could only communicate with words. Mid-stage Intel mechs could use their voice to communicate. Peak stage Intel mechs could deliver pictures, while perfected stage Intel mechs could make videos. Make 20 combat mechs, 20 cold weapon mechs, 20 firearm mechs, and 5 Intel mechs. Jiangli used 650 energy points again to make 65 mechs. He now had a total of 120 mechs. He could already form a full company. Swish! A virtual window popped up and a virtual human figure appeared. A minute later the mechs were completed. There were 65 more mechs in front of Jiangli. They lined up and saluted Jiangli. Greetings, Master, the mech shouted. Jiangli smiled and nodded. Upgrade the 5 Intel mechs to the perfected stage of level 1. Swish! Swish! Light flashed on the 5 Intel mechs and they were upgraded in a few seconds. Jiangli used 700 energy points. There are 3,914 energy points left. Jiangli looked at the remaining energy points and used another 160 points. Upgrade Wenlong and Wenyang to the perfected stage of level 1. Swish! Swish! Wenlong and Wenyang were guarding the entrance of the compound. Light flashed on their body and they reached the perfected stage of level 1. All of their cold weapons had been unlocked. Among all 120 mechs, there are 2 perfected stage combat mechs, 3 perfected stage cold weapon mechs and 1 perfected stage firearm mech. I have 3,754 energy points left, so I can upgrade 26 more mechs to the perfected stage. And yet, I must also leave enough points for refilling the bullets of the firearm mechs and for repairing the damaged mechs. Jiangli analyzed. So, I can only upgrade 20 mechs. Upgrade 6 combat mechs, 5 cold weapon mechs and 9 firearm mechs. Jiangli made a decision after pondering for a while. The firearm mechs were much more powerful than the cold weapon mechs and combat mechs, especially when dealing with a large number of enemies. If the monsters were really attacking the city, the firearm mechs could be very useful and might even be able to turn the tides. And yet Jiangli had never met the monsters before, so he didn't know what exactly they were like. I must move faster. I'll send a group of mechs to Stone Village tomorrow, Jiangli thought. A few seconds later, all the mechs were upgraded. Jiangli used 2,800 energy points, so there were 954 points left, which would be enough for supporting the fights. Chapter 36. Get ready. I almost forgot. I still have 23 inferior class spirit herbs of level 1. Jiangli hit his head and laughed. Convert them immediately. Swish. White light flashed and the 23 inferior class spirit herbs were all converted. Conversion successful. Received 230 energy points. The total number of energy points he got increased to 1184 points. One inferior class spirit herb can only be converted to 10 points, but its price is 100 times higher than that of a non-graded spirit herb. I'm getting the short end of the stick, Jiangli said. Nevertheless, 230 energy points are better than nothing. Among the 120 mechs he had right now, there were 10 firearm mechs of perfected stage level 1, 8 perfected stage combat mechs, 8 perfected stage cold weapon mechs and 6 perfected stage intel mechs. The remaining 88 mechs were all at the early stage of level 1. I won't convert this spirit herb. Jiangli put away the medial class spirit herb of level 1, the volcano vine fruit, and didn't convert it into energy points, as it could only be converted to 20 points. It was even more unworthy. If he met an alchemist in the future, he might be able to make it into a helpful pill. After making and upgrading the mechs, Jiangli now had a powerful mech company and he could even fight with the 10,000 soldiers of the City Lord Mansion. Besides, Jiangli purposely left 1184 energy points. Meanwhile, Jiangli also sent Hudong to the Chamber of Commerce in City South, City West and City North to buy herbs with the banknote of the Quicksand Gang that was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Once they got the herbs, Jiangli's military strength would surge again. After dealing with the mechs, Jiangli went to sleep. The mechs stayed near to him to protect him from assassinations. At midnight outside Yongan City. It was very dark tonight. The moonlight was blocked by clouds. In a corner somewhere, someone brawny with a tiger head and human body walked out from behind a big tree. Wu, I told you not to come to me unless there's something especially important. In front a tall man was standing with his back facing the monster with a tiger head and human body. He put his hands behind him and said with a deep voice, Yan Zik is already suspecting me. If I didn't find someone to distract him, I wouldn't even have the chance to come here tonight. My lord, it's not that I want to come to you, but our commander is already prepared, we are just waiting for your cooperation. Wu had a scar on his face, so he was especially creepy when he smiled. As long as you finish everything, you'll not have to be fearful all the time and you'll get great rewards. Tell your commander I've already gotten his message. Dugu Huanqing's voice remained deep. Goodbye, goodbye. Wu turned around and jumped. In a few seconds, he disappeared into the night. The monsters. Dugu Huanqing turned around with a calm look and slowly returned to Yongan City. The next morning Jiangli woke up. Xiaohua also came to take care of him. Hudong and the others hadn't returned yet, but they sent someone back to deliver a message. Since Jiangli wanted to buy too many non-graded herbs, they didn't have enough stock. Tell Hudong to buy as many herbs as they can and bring them back today. Is that clear? Jiangli said. Yes, Chief. I'll pass it down now, the member said. Go on. Jiangli waved. Yes. The member left. They don't know how to work flexibly. What a waste of time, Jiangli mumbled. Wang Chao, Mahan, Jiangli yelled. Yes. Chief, we are here. We are here, Wang Chao and Mahan replied immediately. They had been outside the chief's compound the entire time, waiting to be called. Do you know the way to Stone Village? Jiangli asked. Stone Village. Wang Chao and Mahan looked at each other. Chief, well, we are not sure about it. Wang Chao shook his head. You don't know. Jiang Li frowned. Chief, there are many villages around Yongan City. We can't be familiar with all of them, but it's all right. The Sirius gang is the boss of City East. There must be someone who knows about it, Mahan said. Do Wuzong and Penkui know? Jiang Li asked. Chief, since the Sirius gang became stronger, you gave them quite a lot of pills and silver. They are both trying to get a vitality-strengthening pill, so they are shutting themselves in to form their internal force and reach the early stage of level 1, Mahan said quietly. Jiang Li frowned. Sorry, Chief. I'll ask Wuzong and Penkui to come here now, Mahan quickly said. It's all right. Jiang Li waved. Go and ask who is familiar with Stone Village and bring him to me immediately. I'm on it. Mahan nodded and left right away. What about me, Chief? Wang Chao pointed at himself. You go with Mahan. Jiang Li waved. Yes. Wang Chao immediately caught up with Mahan. An hour later Mahan and Wang Chao returned with the Hall Master of Bloodhound Hall, Shibaki. Bloodhound Hall was originally a second-rate gan, the Bloodhound Gan, and now they became one of the halls of the Sirius Gan. Chief, I'm Shibaki, the Hall Master of Bloodhound Hall. Shibaki had dark skin, wide shoulders and big fingers. He was wearing something casual and rough, so clever people would know he came from a poor family. He was candid like a farmer. Jiang Li nodded. Shibaki, are you familiar with Stone Village? Yes, sure. Shibaki nodded. Chief, I'm not bragging, but nobody in the Sirius gang is more familiar with Stone Village than I am, as I'm from there. After my father left 6 months ago, I didn't have anyone I know there anymore, so I just stay in Yongan City. Do you know the last leader of the Sirius gang? My father died in Stone Village. I want to send some people there to investigate the cause of his death, Jiang Li said. We need someone who's familiar with Stone Village. I want you to be the guide. Is that all right? Jiang Li asked. Don't worry, Chief. Leave it to me, Shibaki said. Very well. Jiang Li nodded and waved his right hand. Wang Long, come here. Yes. Clump, clump. 10 mechs led by Wang Long formed a full company. There was one intel mech of perfected stage level 1, a perfected stage combat mech, a perfected stage firearm mech and a perfected stage cold weapon mech, which was Wang Long. The remaining 6 mechs were at the early stage of level 1 and there were 2 each of the 3 types of mechs. Chapter 37. Raging Bear Energy. Chief, Shibaki sized up Wang Long and the mechs in awe. He couldn't sense any vital energy or internal force in them. However, their fierceness frightened him. Around the entire City East, everyone knew the leader of the Sirius Gang, Jiang Li, had a group of powerful subordinates that killed without blinking like an army. After seeing them so closely, Shibaki respected Jiang Li even more. Shibaki, what you need to do is to take Wang Long and the others to Stone Village and they'll be responsible for the investigation, Jiang Li said. You don't have to worry about anything else. Yes, Chief. I understand. Shibaki nodded. Go on. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes, Chief. Shibaki left the compound with Wang Long and the mechs. Wen Chao, Mahan, do you know who in the gang has the closest relationship with the government office? Jiang Li asked. Well, Wen Chao and Mahan shook their heads. We are not sure. Go get Wen Pinyuan, Jiang Li said. Okay, Chief. Mahan and Wen Chao nodded and left. Half an hour later Wen Pinyuan arrived. Chief. Wen Pinyuan quickly came up and bowed to Jiang Li. You two can leave now. Jiang Li looked at Wen Chao and Mahan. Yes. Wen Chao and Mahan nodded and left the chief's compound. Chief, how can I help you? Wen Pinyuan asked. Are you close to the government office? Jiang Li asked. Yes. Wen Pinyuan nodded and replied, of course I am. The Quicksand Gang had ruled City East for so many years and we had to deal with the government office all the time. Do you know Zhongling? Jiang Li asked again. I do. Wen Pinyuan pondered and answered without hesitation, however, I'm not really close to him. Zhongling is the State Lord's advisor. He always gives suggestions to the State Lord. I want to know where Zhongling lives and places that he always goes to, Jiangli said. I'll check that out right now. Wang Pingyuan was a bit shocked. But it'll take some time. Get back to me before the evening, Jiangli said. Yes. Wang Pingyuan nodded. Get going. Jiangli waved his hand. Yes, Chief. Wang Pingyuan bowed and left. Is Chief planning to deal with Zhongling? Wang Pingyuan thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to know such things. In the Chief's compound, only Jiangli and the Mechs were left. XX01, make a video call with XX02. Jiangli issued an order. Yes, Master. XX01 walked to Jiangli and stopped. 1 energy point will be used every time we communicate and the call will last for an hour. After that, the number of the energy points on the virtual window was 1 point less. XX02 used his ultimate wireless communication technology and turned on the wireless device on his back. Buzz. He raised his right hand. A watch then appeared and projected a clear real-time video in the air. Master, I'm already connected to XX02, XX01 said. Master. On the screen, Intel Mech XX02 saluted Jiangli. Tell me your current situation, Jiangli said. Yes. XX02 nodded, then turned the camera to Wanglong, Shibaki and the other Mechs. Master, we've just got out of the city gates and we are on the way to Stone Village. We haven't found anything special for the moment. According to our current speed and the information Shibaki gave us, we'll be at Stone Village before the evening. Okay. Jiangli nodded. It's not safe to go around at night. If you arrive at Stone Village after it gets dark, just stay still and continue tomorrow. Got it. XX02 nodded. If anything happens, contact XX01 immediately and report the situation to me. Jiangli continued. Yes. XX02 nodded seriously again. Jiangli kept the video call going for a whole hour so he wouldn't waste the energy point. When the time was up, the projection disappeared. The Raging Bear Paw. Jiangli took out a martial arts book and started reading. There were pictures and detailed descriptions showing the moves of the Raging Bear Paw and ways of practicing them. Among them there were a large number of footnotes written by Heng Liusha himself. A level 1 advanced martial art. This was something Jiangli got after he killed Heng Liusha. The Raging Bear Paw had the highest level and was the most powerful among all the martial arts of the Quicksand Gang. So Jiangli abandoned the Bloody Palm and started learning the Raging Bear Paw. In fact, Jiangli only practiced the Bloody Palm for a morning and hadn't learned all of it yet. During this period of time, Jiangli also had no time for practicing, so he didn't improve much. The Raging Bear Paw is fierce and powerful. I'll be unstoppable like a bear when I attack. When I master it, I'll be extremely tough, as if a bear is protecting my body. Jiangli read the book carefully. Besides, the Raging Bear Paw is a level 1 advanced martial art. It's much more powerful than the Bloody Palm and it's more suitable for me. Let's try. Jiangli put down the book and adopted the posture. Buzz. His vital energy vibrated and he posed like an angry bear. He activated his vital energy according to the book. His body shook and steam started to billow out. Half an hour later, Jiangli had to stop as he had used up all his vital energy. Continue. Jiangli took a blood energy pill and started practicing again. Time flew. Jiangli had been practicing the Raging Bear Paw for half a day, but he hadn't mastered it yet. Instead, he strengthened the vital energy in his body. He could now try to reach the peak stage of the elementary level. Internal energy art. Jiangli took a blood energy pill again and performed the internal energy art. The medicine spread all over his body from his stomach, enhancing his vital energy. By the evening, Jiangli had taken a total of 10 blood energy pills and he finally reached the peak stage of the elementary level. His body was full of vital energy. His power and physique were also enhanced. And yet, taking so many pills in a short period of time made Jiangli's vital energy and foundation unstable, so he had to practice the Raging Bear Paw immediately. Half an hour later, Jiangli's vital energy was stabilized. Bear Power pills. Jiangli took out another bottle of pills, which was also from Hen Liusha. The bear power pills were specialized for practicing the raging bear paw. Jiangli opened the bottle. There were 9 bear power pills in total. He took one of them and immediately practiced the raging bear paw according to the book. Boon. 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 His vital energy surged and he growled. The medicine in the bear power pill ran through his body, gathering all of his energy. In the end, Jiangli took 3 bear power pills and finally learnt the raging bear paw and formed the raging bear energy. He now knew a powerful martial art. Chapter 38. Cooking Humans. Ha! Jiangli hit a giant rock with his hand. His vital energy became the raging bear energy and created some strong wind, shattering the rock to pieces. Phew, Jiangli saw how powerful it was and nodded contentedly. It's pretty powerful. I think I'm already a master now. People on Earth might even think that I'm Superman if I showed them this. If I put a video online, I'll become an influencer. Of course, I might even be invited to go on a date. Ha ha. Jiangli was pretty happy. No matter what, it was always a good thing to be stronger. Even though he was just at the peak stage of the elementary level and hadn't formed the internal force, he had mastered an extraordinary power after all. For Jiangli, this was a whole new experience. Congratulations for reaching the next level and completing an art, Chief. Wang Pinyuan had returned a while ago, but he couldn't get in because of the match. When he heard something in the compound, he looked up and saw Jiangli crush a giant rock. Come in. Jiangli calmed the vital energy in his body. Chief, I've already finished what you asked me to do. Wang Pinyuan ran over and took out a map. He knelt, then opened the map on the floor and pointed at the mark on it. Look, this is where Zhongling lives. It's right next to the government office. And these are the places he always goes to, including the Fuyuan Tea House and Happy Garden. Jiangli looked at it carefully. The map was the map of Yong'an City. Although it wasn't very detailed, it was good enough. Well done. It's my job. Wang Pinyuan said with a smile. Go to Shuwei to get your reward. You can choose any martial art below the advanced stage of level 1, Jiangli said. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Wang Pinyuan was thrilled and bowed several times. Go on. Jiangli waved. Yes. Wang Pinyuan left excitedly. Chief, before Wang Pinyuan headed out, an elder covered in blood came, but the match at the door stopped him. Elder Li Yuan, what happened to you? Wang Pinyuan asked. Let him in. Jiangli frowned. Chief, we were stopped by the city guards when we were delivering the herbs. Li Yuan ran into the compound and said in fear, it's Hao Qian. Hao Qian. Jiangli remembered him. The commander of the city guards. Why did he do that? Has someone in the serious gang offended him? That's impossible, Wang Pinyuan said. Hao Qian is the commander of the city guards and a martial artist of perfected stage level 1. We would never offend him. There must be other reasons as doing that. City guard, in fact, Li Yuan wanted to say something but paused. Spit it out. Jiangli yelled. They suspect that you're working with the monsters. They think that you spent so much money to buy these herbs because you want to fawn over the monsters, Li Yuan said. That's why Hao Qian and his men took all the herbs. Master Hu Dom and Elder Zhu Qianzhong were also caught. I'm the only who escaped during the chaos. That's a slander. It's totally slander. Wang Pinyuan shouted. The city guards took all of my stuff and even detained my people because of a guess. They are domineering. Jiangli looked angry. Also, who's behind all this? Looks like you want to play. Then, I'll play with you. After that. Jiangli waved his right hand. Swish. 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 Wen Yang and 6 other cold weapon match came in front of Jiangli and saluted at the same time. Wen Yang, go to the place marked on the map right away. Jiangli gave Wen Yang a map. Bring Zhongling to me. Remember, I want him alive. Yes. Wen Yang took the map and nodded. Swish. Swish. The 7 match flashed like thunderbolts and disappeared into the night. They left the Sirius gang and started working as fast as they could. Gulp. Wang Pingyuan swallowed hard. Having such a speed, they must be at the perfected stage of level 1, and there were 7 of them. He realized that his chief was really powerful. He was terrifying. See. Chief, what do we do next? What about those herbs? And Hallmaster Hudorm and the other brothers? Should we go and save them? Li Yuan asked. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Li said slowly, we must know who's behind this first. We have to destroy our enemy completely. There's no use in killing people who are not responsible. Besides, they'll be fine for now. Right, I didn't think about it thoroughly enough, Li Yuan said immediately. Wang Pingyuan, pass down my order. Ask all the members of the Sirius gang to get ready. There may be a war coming, Jiang Li said. Sure. Wang Pingyuan nodded respectfully. I'll do that right away. Li Yuan, you should also take a rest, Jiang Li said. Yes. Li Yuan nodded and left the compound. The City Lord Mansion. Jiang Li mumbled and looked at the sky. Would it be the City Lord Mansion? Or the government office, or somebody else? What do they want? To be honest, Jiang Li had no idea why the other party did that. Master, XX02 wanted to talk to you, XX01 said. Put him through, Jiang Li said. Swish. A window was projected before Jiang Li. Master. On the screen, Intel Mech XX02 saluted Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded and asked, what's going on? Master, we arrived at Stone Village half an hour ago. We met a small group of monsters on the way, but we've dealt with them. There's no casualty at all. Intel Mech XX02 reported to Jiang Li. You've already encountered the monsters? Jiang Li asked in shock. Yes. XX02 nodded. So, things are even more serious than I imagined. The number of monsters is apparently out of expectation, but not many people in Yongan City know about it. Someone must be stopping the news from spreading, Jiang Li said. Master, there's something important I must tell you now. XX02 interrupted Jiang Li. Spit it out, Jiang Li said. Something happened and we had to knock out Shibaki, XX02 said. Shibaki can no longer lead us to the village right now, so we don't have a guide. What happened? Jiang Li frowned. Master, the footage I'm going to send you may be disturbing, XX02 said. Send it over, Jiang Li said. Yes. XX02 played the footage. Then on the screen. Fire burnt in the moonlight and there were a lot of cages around. In the cages were many naked humans that had no expressions on their face and had hollow eyes. They had been locked inside. Clang. One of the cages was opened. A monster with a wolf head and human body dragged a man out with a greedy smile. Splash. Splash. Blood splashed everywhere. Regardless of the man's screams, the monster chopped off his head with a machete, then cut open his stomach and cut off his limbs. There was blood all over the ground. Skillful. Very skillful. It was bloody. Chapter 39. Captured. Phew, Jiang Li slowly took a deep breath and calmed himself. He said with a deep voice, get some information about the number and strength of the monsters first. Yes, Master. Intel Mech XX02 replied. Swish. On the screen, Wenlong started moving. He was a cold weapon mech of perfected stage level 1, so he was more suitable for probing tasks. While Jiang Li was watching, Wenlong sneaked into the dark and approached the monsters silently. Time flew, but Jiang Li waited patiently. 10 minutes later, Wenlong returned safely. He stood next to XX02 and saluted Jiang Li. Master, mission completed. Tell me about it, Jiang Li said. There are 33 monsters in total. One of them is at the peak stage of level 1, 2 at the mid stage, 5 at the early stage, and the remaining ones are all elementary level monsters. Wenlong reported. Catch a peak stage monster, Jiang Li immediately said, and kill all the remaining ones. Yes. Wenlong replied. Let's go. Swish. Swish. Swish! On the screen, the 9 mech got closer to the monsters at their fastest speed. Poof! Wang Long first approached a patrolling monster. His dagger created a beam of light and the monster's head dropped as blood splashed. Swish! Swish! A few other mechs quickly rushed into the place where the monsters gathered. Enemies! Prepare to fight. Quick! In an instant the monsters reacted. They were all astonished. They quickly picked up the weapons next to them and rushed forward fiercely. Swish! Swish! Wang Long and the mechs made way. Behind them a perfected stage firearm mech had already set up the machine gun. He pointed at the 30 monsters ahead of him and pulled the trigger. Clatter, clatter. The machine gun fired. In a blink the bullets fell like raindrops and they pierced through the body of the monsters. There was blood and screams everywhere. Ah! What's that? Fall back! Fall back! Raise your shields! Raise your shields! The monsters screamed. Their formation became messy and they were frightened. A few minutes later, 1,200 rounds of bullets were finished. The entire battlefield was in chaos. 30 monsters were shot and their dead bodies were all over the place. A firearm mech of perfected stage level 1 was extremely vicious. Only martial artists of the same level could withstand the shooting of the machine gun and get close to the firearm mech. If not, even those at the peak stage of level 1 couldn't do so. Of course, when the firearm mechs were out of bullets, they would be much less helpful. Luckily, no matter if they were at the early stage, mid-stage, peak stage or perfected stage of level 1, only a little energy points were needed to refill their bullets. This was the first time the monsters encountered such enemies. They were annihilated by Jiang Li's mech army effortlessly. It's an easy victory. Jiang Li watched the fight through until mech XX02. They killed 30 monsters just like that. I've underestimated the power of the mechs. Master, I've captured a monster. 30 seconds later, Wang Long caught a monster with a snake head and human body from the tent. She had green scales all over her body and her limbs had been broken by Wang Long. Who are you? The monster was terrified. More than 30 monsters died in just a few minutes. She wanted to run away, but Wang Long caught her. It was terrifying. The enemies were terrifying. Bring her back, Jiang Li looked at her and said, the other monsters may be on their way here. Come back right now and don't stop on the way. We'll interrogate this monster first. Yes, Master. Wang Long nodded. Please save us, the people in the cages immediately shouted. Master. Wang Long said. Just destroy the cages and leave them there, Jiang Li said. Yes. Wang Long nodded. Slash. Slash. Wang Long walked to the cages, then pulled out the long blade on his back and slashed them open. Thank you, thank you. Those people crawled out of the cages and knelt on the ground to thank Wang Long. Wang Long didn't even look at them. He turned around and left. The other mechs had collected all the bullet cases and searched the tents of the monsters. Jiang Li wasn't lucky this time. Many level 1 monsters died, but no soul tinder appeared. After that Wang Long and the mechs left right away. However, those prisoners followed Wang Long and the mechs secretly, which might catch the attention of the monsters and expose their location. Get rid of them, Jiang Li said coldly. If they refuse to go, kill them. Yes. Wang Long nodded immediately and sent an early-stage firearm mech over. Bang. Bang. The firearm mech shot on the ground near those people's feet. If you keep following us, I'll kill you, the firearm mech said with a cold look. Sir, the prisoners trembled. The firearm mech turned around and left. This time, those prisoners didn't follow them anymore. How can they do that? We are all humans. Why won't they allow us to follow them? They are so powerful. They are selfish. Many people thought. However, a small number of people had left and hidden in the jungle. They were looking for food to survive. An hour later the call ended and the screen in front of Jiang Li disappeared. I hope we can get some information from the monster. Jiang Li thought. On the other hand, Wen Yang and the others were also on a mission, but the intel match didn't go with them, so Jiangli had no idea about the situation. At midnight, Yongan City seemed peaceful, but something was actually happening. The White Dragon Gang, Tingyu Tower and Qianmen Gang had gotten some news and they started to gather their members. Wen Yang and the other came to Zhongling's home and killed a few servants and guards there, but they couldn't find Zhongling. Even Zhongling's butler didn't know where he was. Then, they went to the other places. However, Zhongling wasn't there either. So they could only come back. At the Sirius Gang in the chief's compound. Master, mission failed. Wen Yang lowered her head and said with a disappointed look, "We didn't find Zhongling." "You didn't find him?" Jiangli frowned. "Perhaps Zhongling knew we were looking for him and he hid somewhere." "Who leaked the news?" "Chief, the State Lord wants to see you." At the door, Jiyu Chancha, the Hall Master of Ancient Pine Hall, stood upright. He was blocked by the match and could only yell from the entrance. Chapter 40. Help. The Ancient Pine Hall was one of the 4 halls of the Quicksand Gang, which became Quicksand Hall after Jiangli took over the Quicksand Gang. So, Ancient Pine Hall also became one of the halls of the Sirius Gang. Jiyu Chancha used to be the Deputy Hall Master of Ancient Pine Hall, and he was the Hall Master now. The State Lord, Jiangli mumbled, then turned around and narrowed his eyes. There were 2 people behind Jiyu Chancha. One of them was someone Jiangli didn't know, but the other one looked familiar to Jiangli. It was Zhongling. "Come in." Jiangli asked the match to let them in. "Chief." Jiyu Chancha bowed to Jiangli after entering the compound. "Chief Jiang, we're meeting again," Zhongling said with a smile. "Ha ha." Jiangli chuckled. "Chief Jiang." Yanzike, the State Lord, was wearing a green, elegant gown. He bowed to Jiangli. "I'm Yanzike, the State Lord of Yongan City." "My lord." Jiangli sized up Yanzike. He was handsome and he carried the power of a government official. "It's late already. Why are you here? Is there something urgent? Besides, if I remember correctly, the government office thinks I'm working with the monsters. The city guards even took all of the herbs we got." "Chief Jiang, it's a misunderstanding. I was indeed too reckless." Yanzike apologized and said, "You got a bum rap because of me. I hope you can forgive me." "It's all right." Jiangli waved. "If you really want to make it up to me, give me back the herbs that the city guards took." "Well." Yanzike smiled wryly. "Chief Jiang, I can't command the city guards. It isn't something easy to do." "Ha ha." Jiangli sneered. "Then, I really can't feel how sincere your apology is. Wen Yang, send them out." Jiangli waved his hand. "Yes." After that, Wen Yang and a few mechs came up fiercely. "Please forgive me, Chief Jiang." Yanzike yelled in shock. "In fact, I'm here to talk to you about something important. I've already found who's working with the monsters." "Oh, who?" Jiangli raised his hand. Wen Yang and the mech backed away and stood next to him. "Dugu Huangchen." Yanzike said, "However, I don't have any proof yet. If not, I'll be able to report to the royal court and they'll send someone here to investigate." Jiangli raised his eyebrows. "Dugu Huangchen is the city lord of Yongan City. Why would he do that? What's in it for him?" "Jiangli, it's true." Zhongling clenched his fists and said furiously, "I used to work for Dugu Huangcheng as well. He asked me to stay close to the State Lord to monitor him. When I found out Dugu Huangcheng is working with the monsters, I couldn't believe it as well, but it's the truth." "That's why you betrayed Dugu Huangcheng?" Jiangli asked. "That's right." Zhongling nodded seriously. His eyes turned red and were full of hatred. He yelled with a deep voice, "There's always been a feud between humans and the monsters. They eat humans and humans kill them. My family died in their hands. I can't forgive Dugu Huangchen for what he did. Dugu Huangchen is an evil person. He must die." "Zhongling, let me ask you something," Jiangli suddenly said. "Please." Zhongling calmed himself and hid his hatred in his eyes. "How did you know I set someone to go after you?" Jiangli asked. Well, Zhongling didn't answer. Chief, I told the state lord about it. That's why Zhongling knew. Gu Qianqi answered the question for Zhongling Elder when asked the members to look for information about Zhongling. I heard that accidentally. Chief, our only enemy is Dugu Huangchen. You should be on the same boat with the state lord, so I told him about it, Gu Qianqi explained. Trader, Jiangli said coldly. Please forgive me, Chief Jian, Yang Zik said. Whoosh! Wen Yang had already come in front of Gu Qianqi, but her alloy dagger was blocked by Yang Zik. Clang! It was a green iron pen that stopped Wen Yang's dagger. Gu Qianqi swallowed hard and looked terrified. Go, Zhongling shouted. Yes, yes, Gu Qianqi responded and ran away immediately. Bang! In the silent night, a gunshot sounded. Jiangli took the pistol of the fire mech and pulled the trigger, but he didn't aim well and he only shot Gu Qianqi's knee. Ah! Gu Qianqi covered his knee as he screamed and fell on the ground. Whoosh! Wen Gang sped ahead and crushed Gu Qianqi's heart with a punch. Chief Jiang. Yang Zik was frightened. What's wrong? Jiangli looked at Yang Zik and said, Do I have to ask for your permission to deal with a traitor? Or is Gu Qianqi someone you put in the serious gang? No, Yang Zik said, you've worried too much. That's great. Jiangli smiled. Chief, what happened? Many members heard the gunshot. Wen Chao and Ma Han also came and stood at the entrance. Drag Gu Qianqi's body out and hang him at the door of the courtyard for 3 days. Tell all the other members this is what happens to a traitor, Jiangli said. Yes, Chief. Ma Han then took Gu Qianqi's dead body away. Now, my lord, it's time for us to talk. Jiangli smiled. Sure. Yang Zik took a deep breath to calm himself down. According to the intel I got, Dugu Huangcheng is the one who's working with the monsters. I have no doubt that their soldiers have already hidden around Yongan City. The current situation isn't optimistic at all. We must first deal with the problems on the inside to solve the problem out there, so we need you to help fight against Dugu Huangcheng with us. Yes, no problem. Jiangli nodded. However, I have a condition. Please tell me, Chief Jiang. Yang Zik was thrilled. Give me back the herbs the city guards took from me and I want 1,000,000 taels of silver, Jiangli said. It's impossible, Yang Zik said. Regardless of the amount of silver, Dugu Huangcheng has command over the city guards and my orders are nothing. Then, we have nothing to talk about. Jiangli shrugged. We can't do that, Yang Zik yelled. You're not sincere at all. Jiangli shook his head. You want me to help you, but you can't even do me a little favor. Then, what else do we have to talk about? Jiangli, do you really want to watch Yongan City being invaded by the monsters? Yang Zik shouted, do you know how many people will die by then? Ha ha. Jiangli snickered. Chapter 41. Confrontation. Let me think about it, Zhongling suddenly said. Yang Zik was shocked. You have an idea? Jiangli raised his eyebrows and asked. Dugu Huangcheng doesn't know I betrayed him and still trusts me. I can get those herbs out when I have the chance, Zhongling said. Ha ha, great. I'll wait for your good news. Jiangli smiled. Jiangli, I hope you'll keep your promise, Zhongling said. Don't worry, Jiangli nodded and said. When are you planning to do it? Jiangli suddenly asked. As soon as possible. Yang Zik replied. He didn't specify an exact time. I'll send someone to notify you by then. Then, you have to bring the herbs to me quickly. I won't do anything until I get them back, Jiangli shrugged and said. HN. Yang Zik grunted and left. Goodbye. Zhongling also left. Haha, Jiangli looked at them and remained silent. Master, do you really believe what they said? Wen Yang asked. Who knows? Jiangli didn't answer the question. In fact, Jiangli didn't know if he could trust Zhongling and Yang Zik. After all, he just knew one side of the story. However, after knowing what happened and getting some information, Dugu Huangcheng was indeed suspicious. Humans, monsters, Jiangli mumbled. I should read something about the history of this world. There's no information about that in my memories. Half an hour later, Jiang Li asked Mahan to bring him a history book called Brief World History. He went back to his bedroom with the book and started reading quietly. It was already 4 in the morning when he finished reading the book. According to this brief world history, the world was called the Super Fantasy World, and there were 6 races in total, including the humans, monsters, barbarians, demons, gods and ghosts. The demons and gods were the most powerful. The ghosts lived in hell, and the humans, monsters and barbarians kept fighting against each other on the continents. There was a feud between them which couldn't be solved. This was the current situation of the entire world. Of course, Brief World History was only a general book, so Jiang Li couldn't get much information from it. He would have to go deep into it himself if he wanted to know something more detailed. Besides, the book didn't talk about which of the 3 races, the humans, monsters and barbarians, was more powerful. There was also just a short description about the demons, gods and ghosts. Jiang Li put down the book and went to sleep. The next day he woke up early, feeling energetic after sleeping for a few hours. With the help of Xiao Hua, Jiang Li had his breakfast and started practicing the raging bear paw in the courtyard. Since his vital energy was unstable, he couldn't take any pills. Besides, Jiang Li hadn't taken the 10-year red fruit either. He spent the whole morning practicing. At noon Wang Long and the others got back. And yet, they were stopped by the city guards when they entered the city. Jiang Li immediately sent someone there after receiving the news from XX02. The members of the Sirius gang confronted the city guards at the city gates. People around were watching. Jiang Li. Hao Qian came up in armor. Commander Hao Qian, Jiang Li said. Why? Are you going to fight with the city guards? You've got balls. Do you know what it'll cost you? Hao Qian grunted and said. And the city guards can stop people without a reason. Jiang Li asked. Commander, we suspect that they are taking the monsters into the city, a guard at the gate said. The monsters? Hao Qian became serious. What's that about, Chief Jiang? Jiang Li didn't say a word and looked at Wang Long. The things on the carriage they were pulling were mostly herbs. However, that monster was also hidden under the carriage. Bullshit. There's no such thing, Jiang Li said. Then, let our men search the carriage. Is that all right? Hao Qian said slowly. Why? Jiang Li snickered. You can search people's carriage whenever you want. The Sirius gang will be humiliated. There are so many people here and you only stopped my men. Are you trying to make trouble with the Sirius gang? It's our job, Hao Qian said. I think you're looking for trouble, Jiang Li yelled. Search it. Hao Qian waved. How dare you? Jiang Li yelled. Clomp, clomp. The mechs immediately rushed ahead and protected Wang Long and the others. Dozens of mechs stood together coldly and fiercely. Meanwhile, the few hundred members of the Sirius gang also picked up their weapons. The atmosphere became intense. Gulp. People around swallowed hard. Jiang Li, Hao Qian said seriously. There were only a few hundred city guards at the gates, but Jiang Li had a few hundred members of the Sirius gang and also his mechs with him. If they really had to fight, Hao Qian would be at a disadvantage. Of course, if they started fighting, the guards in Yongan City would come to back them up as fast as possible. There would be more than 10,000 soldiers. By then, no matter if Jiang Li won or not, he would have to run from Yongan City and leave the land of the Qian dynasty. According to the laws of the Qian dynasty, attacking the city guards of the city lord mansion was regarded as treason and was a capital offense. That's enough. Stop. Suddenly Yang Zik appeared. Commander Hao Qian, why do you have to make a fuss about a small thing? My lord. Hao Qian bowed and said respectfully, this isn't a small thing. It's about the safety of Yongan City. It'll be really dangerous if Jiang Li's men bring the monsters into the city. Hao Qian explained. Haha, Commander Hao Qian, don't worry. Chief Jiang would never work with the monsters, Yang Zik smiled and said. What? Hao Qian was startled. The government office was the one who said that Jiang Li colluded with the monsters before, and now they were saying that he would never do so. My lord, don't joke about it, Hao Qian said. Commander Hao Qian, I'm the State Lord. Although you're under the command of the City Lord, does what I said mean nothing to you? Yang Zak yelled, would I jerk about the safety of Yonggan City? I'm sorry. Hao Qian glanced at Jiang Li and waved his hand. Let them go. Yes. The guards nodded and backed away. Let's go. Jiang Li didn't say anything else and left with everyone. They left just like that. I can't believe the State Lord came and helped him. Didn't the government office suspect Jiang Li not long before? Why did the State Lord help Jiang Li today? What's happening? I don't know. I feel like something big is going to happen. People around talked to one another with worried faces. On the top floor of a building far away, Dugu Huangcheng stood where he could see the city gates. He saw everything that happened just then, but he didn't go there. Father. Dugu Luo entered slowly in a blue man's outfit. Luo, you are here. Dugu Huangcheng turned around and said. Dugu Huangcheng looked up and said excitedly, Father, I've talked to the City Lord of Pingding City. I believe we'll be able to defeat the monsters and the Red Eyebrow Empire. Chapter 42. Interrogation. I'm confident in you. Dugu Huangcheng smiled. Father, there's one more thing. Dugu Luo paused for a while. Commander Hao Qian took the herbs of the Sirius gang. I heard that it wasn't approved by you. Dugu Huangcheng nodded. I know about it. Hao Qian is just a bit reckless. He has a good reason for doing that. He heard that Jiang Li is working with the monsters, so he asked his men to take away the herbs. Jiang Li has indeed been a bit weird lately. Besides, it's only a third-rate gang. What can they possibly do? Yonggan City is still my territory after all. I think you better be careful, Dugu Luo said. I was planning to rope Jiang Li in, but I don't have the chance anymore because of Hao Qian. I'm also curious why Jiang Li needs so many ordinary herbs. Is he an alchemist? Does he need these herbs for practicing? Dugu Huangcheng waved and interrupted Dugu Luo. It's not a big deal. Don't be distracted from serious matters because of it. Dugu Luo nodded. My lord, may I come in? Outside the room Zhongling's voice sounded. Zhongling. Dugu Luo frowned. Come in, Dugu Huangcheng said. At the Sirius gang. When Jiang Li and the others got back, they shut the door immediately and didn't let anyone get close to the headquarters. At the same time, they brought the monster into the interrogation room. Around the headquarters of the gang there were many city guards in casual outfits hiding. Hao Qian ordered them to keep an eye on the Sirius gang, but they couldn't see anything. In the interrogation room, it was dark and had some fishy smell. There were all kinds of torturing instruments with dried blood all over them on the wall. Chief, I'm Bai Zhanbo. A middle-aged man stood in front of Jiang Li. He had a few scars on his face. His hair was messy and he was wearing casual clothes. Chief, Bai Zhanbo is the best interrogator of the Quicksand Hall. He knows all kinds of interrogation and torturing techniques. Nothing can be hidden from him, Wen Pinyuan said. Chief, interrogation isn't my main purpose. I just love to hear people scream. Every time they scream, I feel excited. That feeling is addictive. Bai Zhanbo cracked a creepy smile. I'm not interested in what you like. Jiang Li glanced at Bai Zhanbo and waved his right hand. Bring her here. Yes. Wang Long walked to Jiang Li with a black sack. He opened the bag and threw the monster on the ground. The monster, with a snake head and a human body covered in green scales, showed half of her body. Her mouth was covered, so she couldn't speak. She looked at Jiang Li and the others with fear in her eyes. She was trembling. A monster? Wang Pinyuan exclaimed and backed away. He looked at Jiang Li in fear. Chief, why is there a monster? A monster? Bai Zhanbo's eyes popped out. I sent someone to catch her, Jiang Li said. Bai Zhanbo, from now on, you have only one mission. Make this monster talk and tell us everything she knows. Jiang Li pointed at the monster with a snake head and human body and said, remember, everything. Bai Zhanbo suddenly grinned and his body shook. He wasn't scared, but thrilled. His smile became more and more perverted and he licked his lips. Chief, you're incredible. I've interrogated many people, but this is the first monster I've ever encountered. What will it feel like? What kind of experience will it be? The unknown is always exciting. No, I can't wait any longer. I must start now. I must start now. Let's go. Jiandali glanced at Bai Zhanbo and left. Wang Pingyuan sized up the monster and quickly looked away. He followed Jiandali and walked out of the interrogation room. Cutie, we are going to start. Be good. Bai Zhanbo smiled. His eyes had become the shape of a crescent. He slowly knelt down and reached out his right hand. HM. The monster struggled hard, as if she saw something terrifying and wanted to avoid it, but her limbs were broken. It was useless no matter how hard she tried. A few mechs stood outside and guarded the door of the interrogation room. Nobody is allowed to enter or leave the interrogation room without my permission, Jiandali said. Yes. The mech replied. Wen Pingyuan, do you know where Bai Zhanbo comes from? Jiandali asked. Chief, I'm not sure about it. Wen Pingyuan pondered for a while and said, Heng Liusha brought him back 6 months ago and he became the interrogator of the gang. He helped Heng Liusha solve quite a lot of problems. I heard that he's a criminal and Heng Liusha took him in. A criminal? Jiandali mumbled, he indeed looks like one. Chief, do you think Bai Zhanbo would take revenge for Heng Liusha because you killed him? Wen Pingyuan paused and asked. It's possible. Jiandali nodded. Keep an eye on him. If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible for it. Well, Wen Pingyuan looked unwilling. Clever people could see that Bai Zhanbo's mental state wasn't normal. So, Wen Pingyuan certainly didn't want to monitor such a man. Nobody knew what Bai Zhanbo would do. All right, Wen Pingyuan said after seeing Jiandali's expressionless face. Chief, the monster. She's just a captive, Jiandali said. If you don't have anything important to do, don't go around. Just stay here. Hudong and Zhu Qianzhong aren't here and there are a lot of things you need to deal with. Yes, Wen Pingyuan said. Got it. Ah. Suddenly, a scream came from the interrogation room. Wen Pingyuan shook and turned around with a frightened look. What is Bai Zhanbo doing? Why is the monster screaming so painfully? Wen Pingyuan thought. I hope he doesn't kill the monster before getting something from her. She is the only monster I've got. We'll have nothing if she dies. Jiandali frowned and was a bit worried. It'll be harder to catch another peak stage monster next time. In the meantime, at Stone Village, a team of 1,000 monsters showed up. They patrolled around as if they were welcoming some heavy hitter. My lord, something's wrong. In an instant those monsters found out about the tragedy that happened here. More than 30 dead bodies lay on the ground and the cages were also broken. Miss Ching Ya. Bang. The commander of the monsters, who was at the perfected stage of level 1, rushed past 1,000 monsters to the front and entered the tent. I don't see her, the monster with a lion head and human body said. He had thick and brown-yellow hair and he was wearing brown armor. I don't see her body either. Ching Ya must have been caught. We must report this to the general immediately. If something happens to Miss Ching Ya, we'll be dead. That evening, Shu Ya, Wuzong and Pan Kuei entered the headquarters of the Sirius gang on a carriage and came to the chief's compound. Wuzong and Pan Kuei took the vitality-strengthening pills not long before, so they had formed their internal force and became martial artists of early stage level 1. Shu Ya hadn't reached the next level, but she focused on building a stronger foundation. Chapter 43. A big fish. Chief, we've taken back your herbs, Shu Ya said. Good, bring them in. Jiandali nodded and asked the mechs to put the herbs on the 3 carriages to the courtyard. There weren't many of them, so they finished moving them very soon. Although Jiandali had agreed to cooperate with Yanzike and Zhongling said he would take the herbs back from the city guards. Jiandali would suffer a great loss if anything happened. So Jiandali asked Shu Ya, Wuzong and Pan Kuei to take the remaining money of the Sirius gang and that from the halls with them. There were a total of 300,000 taels of silver. This time the three of them didn't go to the large chambers of commerce. They went to some small businesses or people who picked herbs separately, and they bought herbs from those people. So, they put in quite a lot of time and effort to get the 3 carriages of herbs. The herbs on each carriage cost 100,000 taels of silver. You did well this time. Jiangli nodded. What rewards do you want? Books? Martial arts? Pills? Or money? Maybe not money. The Quicksand gang is already poor now. The 3 of them looked at one another and said, "It's our pleasure to help you, Chief." Jiangli smiled and took out 3 jade bottles. He gave one to each of them. These are the internal energy pills. You two have just reached the next level and formed the internal force. The internal energy pills are great for level 1 martial artists. As for Shuai, you should be reaching the next level soon. I'll also give you the internal energy pill first. Thank you, Chief. Wuzong and the others were thrilled and took the pills respectfully. Go on. Jiangli waved his hand. Yes, Chief. The 3 of them bowed and left on the carriages. Chief. Jiangli was going to convert the herbs into energy points, but Wen Chao and Ma Han came. They stood at the door and yelled, "Chief, Bai Zhanbo has finished the interrogation. He asked us to come and notify you." So fast, Jiangli said immediately. Let's go to the interrogation room. Yes, Chief. Wen Chao and Ma Han led the way, while Wen Gang and a few other Mets walked next to Jiangli. They always stayed close to him. In the interrogation room. Since it was already night, the room was dark, so there were a few candles on the walls. The yellow fire moved, changing the shape of the shadows of Jiangli and the others. Gulp. Ma Han swallowed hard. The atmosphere was a bit terrifying. Chief. Suddenly, Bai Zhanbo walked out of the shadow and was stopped by Wen Gang before he approached Jiangli. He stopped and sized Wen Gang up. What have you got? Jiangli asked. Everything's here. There was a paper with words all over it in Bai Zhanbo's hands. I've asked her everything and written them down on this paper. Of course, you can also ask her more questions. But, is she dead? Jiangli asked. Almost. Bai Zhanbo shrugged. Take me inside, Jiangli said. You want to look at my masterpiece? That's great. She's right there. Bai Zhanbo led the way excitedly. Clang. The door was opened. In the dark room, there was a strong smell of blood. A black chair covered in blood stains sat in the center of the room. And there was a mutilated body on the chair. All of the scales on the body were peeled off and scattered on the floor. She was murmuring unconsciously. Oh, Wen Chao and Ma Han threw up right away. Are you not satisfied with my work? Bai Zhanbo's smile disappeared and he looked at Wen Chao and Ma Han. No. No, Wen Chao and Ma Han waved quickly. We can't save her. Jiangli took a pistol from the firearm mech next to him and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the head of the monster. She stopped breathing and died. Jiangli ended her pain. Chief, why did you kill her? She's the first monster I've interrogated. She can still hold on for a while. What a shame, Bai Zhanbo said. Bai Zhanbo, I hope you did well, Jiangli said. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to know what's going to happen to you. Please have a look, Chief. Bai Zhanbo smiled and gave Jiangli the piece of paper. I believe you'll be really satisfied with my performance. This is truly a big fish. To be honest, I never thought you could catch her. A big fish? Jiangli raised his eyebrows as he took the paper from Bai Zhanbo. He then started reading it carefully. His expression kept changing constantly. Qing Wei. That was the name of the monster. She was the only daughter of Qing Wenling, the city lord of Greenscale City in the Red Eyebrow Empire. She was superior and there should have been 1,000 guards next to her. However, the guards left on the night Jiangli sent the match to Stone Village as they had a negotiation with the barbarians. Qing Wei didn't like the barbarians, so she didn't go with them. That was why Jiangli had the chance to catch Qing Wei. Since Qing Wei had a superior status, what she knew was completely out of Jiangli's expectation. Jiangli was thrilled and many questions in his mind were answered. First, a few months ago, the monsters in Greenscale City of the Red Eyebrow Empire formed an alliance with the barbarians in deserted city of the Black Snake Empire. They wanted to conquer Yongan City and attack Pingding City. After that, they would take down Black Dragon County of the Qian dynasty. If they invaded Black Dragon County, the Qian dynasty would lose almost 1/32 of their territories. The most terrifying thing was that the city lord of Yongan City, Dugu Huangcheng, and the state lord, Yan Zik, actually had a secret trade with the monsters and the barbarians. Qingshan Valley, Jiangli said the name of a place. According to Qingwei, Dugu Huangcheng and the monsters have come to terms. The monsters promised to give Dugu Huangcheng tons of resources to reach a higher level and heal his wounds after taking down Black Dragon County. 3 days later, the monsters will ambush the army of Pingding City in Qingshan Valley. Pingding City. Jiangli mumbled, I'm not sure who the city lord of Pingding City is. Also, how did Dugu Huangcheng convince them to send their army here? The information from Qingwei can only be used as a reference. I can't trust her completely. I feel like there's a conspiracy behind this. Jiangli pondered for a while and felt like things were getting complicated. The Red Eyebrow Empire, Qian Dynasty, Black Snake Empire, the three races are all involved. Things are definitely not that simple. Besides, Qing Wenling's only daughter, Qing Wei, died in my hands. If the news spreads, I'll be in trouble. I haven't got enough matched yet. Chapter 44. 420 matches. Jiangli had already finished the paper. After making sure he didn't miss any information, he gave the paper to Wang Chao. Wang Chao took the paper anxiously. Chief, are you happy with what you got? Bai Zhanbo asked with a smile. Jiangli nodded and didn't say anything else. He then turned around and left. Goodbye, Chief. Bai Zhanbo bowed. Chief, if you have the chance, catch more monsters for me to practice. I'm not familiar with their body yet, but I'll figure it out after trying a few more times. Then, I can study their body structure and I won't kill them so easily when I interrogate them. All right, I'll remember that. Jiangli waved. Thank you, Chief. Bai Zhanbo gave a bigger smile, but he looked creepy because of his scars. Wang Chao and Ma Han dared not look at him and ran quickly. At midnight in the courtyard, Jiangli stood in front of the wooden boxes. The match opened and there were many herbs inside, mostly a decade old. Convert them to energy points. Jiangli glanced over the herbs. There were plenty of them and they cost Jiangli all of his money. Xu Wei made a detailed list for him. Among the herbs there were 1,010-year herbs, 520-year herbs, 230-year herbs, 140-year herbs and 50-year herbs. If they had bought these herbs from a large chamber of commerce, they would have spent 325,000 taels of silver. However, Xu Wei and the others got them from the small businesses and herb pickers. The quality of the herbs were a bit lower, so the price was also lower. They only spent 300,000, saving a small amount of money. Buzz. White light flashed. All the herbs disappeared and were converted to energy points. Conversion successful. Received 3250 energy points. Swish. Jiangli opened a virtual window. The number of energy points changed from 1180 to 4430. Since Jiangli communicated with the Intel match several times and refilled the bullets of the firearm match, 4 energy points were used. Make 100 combat matches, 100 cold weapon matches, and 100 firearm matches. Jiangli opened the mech types window and made 300 matches with 3000 energy points. After that, 1430 points were left. A virtual window popped up in front of Jiangli. There were 3 human figures on it and there was a X100 sign next to each of them. Countless light dots started to fill the human figures. A minute later, the 300 matches were completed. Swish. 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 In front of Jiangli, there were 300 matches divided into 3 groups. They lined up orderly and saluted Jiangli. Greetings, Master, the 300 match said. Okay. Jiangli looked at the matches and nodded. I now have a total of 420 matches. This is pretty strong. If Zhongling can't bring the herbs back from the city guards, I'll have to do it myself. With these mechs, the city guards can't stop me. Most importantly, the monsters and the barbarians will attack Yongan City 3 days later. By then, I'll also be involved. No matter what Dugu Huangcheng and Yanzai want, I must keep improving myself, make more mechs and form a more powerful army. As long as I'm strong, I'll be able to defeat them no matter what. Outside Yongan City. At the base of the monster army from Greenscale City. This used to be a village where humans lived, but the monsters invaded it and turned it into their base. The humans therefore became their food. You rubbish. Bang. After a loud bang and cry, someone brawny flew out of a large tent and fell on the ground, spurting up blood. It was the monster with a lion head and human body. General. The monsters around looked at the tent in fear. Boom. Boom. The ground shook. A 3-meter giant walked out of the tent. It was a monster with an elephant head and human body. His nose was long like a python. Heizong, the general of the monster army of Greenscale City. He had command over the entire army and was the commander and one of the planners of this operation. He was Qing Wenling's trusted subordinate. Hu Wu, Heizong yelled. Yes. Plop. Hu Wu knelt on the ground. He felt the fierceness of Heizong and his body were trembling. Tell Dugu Huangcheng we can't wait for 3 days. We must do it tomorrow, Heizong shouted. General, the barbarians, Hu Wu swallowed hard. I'll talk to Manzhong, Heizong yelled. Qing Wei is the only daughter of the city lord and my goddaughter. If something happens to her, I'll tear off your skin. I'll go right away. Hu Wu immediately got up. I told you. War isn't a game. It's not a game, and yet you didn't listen to me and insisted on coming. If something really happened to you, how should I explain to Brother Wenling? Heizong clenched his fists anxiously. He immediately left the base of the monsters with a few trusted men and rushed to the base of the barbarians as fast as possible. In Yongan City. In the City Lord Mansion. Swish. A black messenger pigeon flew into the mansion and stopped outside the window of Dugu Huangqing's bedroom, flapping its wings. Creak. The window opened. Dugu Huangqing took the letter from the messenger pigeon's leg and started reading it. It said, "We attack tomorrow. Make no mistake. Tomorrow." Dugu Huangqing frowned and mumbled, "Did something happen? Why do they want to do it tomorrow? They never told me about it before." While he was thinking, he had already let go of the black messenger pigeon and took out a white one from the cage inside his room. He wrote a message, then tied it on the white pigeon's leg and sent it out. In the moonlight, a white messenger pigeon flew towards Pingding City like a white arrow. It was a peaceful night. The next morning, Jiang Li brought a few perfected stage combat mechs to the government office. They found Yang Zik and asked him where Zhongling was. "Chief Jiang, it isn't something easy to do. You have to be patient. Just wait for a while longer," Yang Zik said. "I don't have so much time to waste." Jiang Li grunted and left. Half an hour later, at the base of the city guards, Jiang Li came with his 420 mechs and the armed members of the Sirius gang and flooded the entrance. Chapter 45. Take them back. Where's Hao Qian? Ask him to come out. Jiang Li stared at the 2 guards at the entrance and said. Jiang Li from the Sirius gang. He's crazy. He really dares to besiege the base of the city guards. He must have gone mad. I've never heard of a gang that would besiege the city guards. Many people were attracted here. They were astonished by what they saw. There were quite a lot of members from the Sirius gang. Almost 2,000 of them were here, but most of them were ordinary people who didn't practice martial arts. Nevertheless, when they stood together, they were extremely fierce. Are we really going to fight with the city guards? I feel like it's dangerous. It's Chief's order. I must say, this is the first time I do this. It's kind of exciting. Many ordinary members were sweating and were completely anxious, while some members were more courageous and were excited about it. In fact, if Jiang Li didn't frighten the whole masters of the Sirius gang, there would be a great chance they wouldn't come along. The thing was, not long before the whole master of Ancient Pine Hall, Jiyu Chancha, was killed and his body was still hanging at the entrance of the headquarters. If they disobeyed Jiang Li, they would become the next Jiyu Chancha. They could only come for the sake of their lives. Jiang Li, what do you want to do? Are you rebelling? At the base of the city guards, the two guards at the gates held their swords tightly. Their fingers had already turned white, showing how nervous they were. Ask Hao Qian to come and meet me. Release our men and give us back what you've taken from us, Jiang Li yelled. You took the hopes we got by proper means and even detained the founding elders and hall masters of the Sirius gang without any appropriate reason or proof. Chief Jian, Commander Hao Qian isn't here at the moment. We can't make a decision on our own. Please go back first. When Commander Hao Qian returns, we'll tell him about it, the two guards said. Not here. Jiang Li snickered, haha, that's even better. Get in. Find Hu Dong and the others and take back everything that belongs to the Sirius gang. Kill whoever tries to stop us, Jiang Li yelled. Yes. Swish. 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 The mechs took action first. The 420 mechs rushed into the base of the city guards at a high speed. You. Bang. The two guards were knocked away and the gates of the base were shattered by Wang Long, creating a thunderous sound. Gasp. The Sirius gang really broke into the base of the city guards. He must have gone mad. Something big's going to happen. Something big's going to happen. There are over 10,000 soldiers in the base. Aren't they sending themselves to die? What's Jiang Li thinking? Don't forget Jiang Li has a few martial artists of perfected stage level 1. The onlookers discussed. On the other hand, the Qianmen gang, White Dragon gang and Ting Yu Tower immediately knew Jiang Li broke into the base of the city guards. Shit. After receiving the news, Hua Qian stood up from the chief's seat and shouted, gather all the members right away and go to the base of the city guards. Jiang Li is crazy. The monsters are right outside the city and he chose this time to break into the base. We must stop him. Yes. The founding elders of the Qianmen gang got up. Let's go to the base of the city guards, Long Chengzhen said with his glittering eyes. We can't blame each other right now. I hope we can make it, Yu Shulan mumbled. In the meantime, at the base of the city guards, the 420 mechs had already entered. Prepare your guns. Jiang Li waved his hand. Crack. 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 10 mechs of perfected stage level 1 set up their machine guns and lined up in a row, the black muzzles pointed at the front. Formation. Jiang Li continued. Swish. 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 The combat mechs and cold weapon mechs formed a formation ahead of the firearm mechs to cover them. The formation was completed. It's impressive, the members and hall masters of the Sirius gang were in awe. Enemies. Prepare to fight. Fuck. Get in line. Many reserve soldiers ran out of the base and lined up orderly. There were at least 60 of them and they were fierce. Both parties confronted each other. The 420 mechs gathered and formed an army. 26 of them were powerful mechs at the perfected stage of level 1. Behind them there were almost 2,000 gang members. Jiang Li of the Sirius gang, do you know what you're doing? Among the city guards, an old man with white hair came up. He was wearing an armor and was holding a crescent-painted halberd. He was the chief instructor of the city guards, Hom Qianche, a martial artist at the perfected stage of level 1. Hom Qianche. It's the chief instructor. I remember he once killed and beheaded many monsters with that crescent-painted halberd. Haha, is he that strong? It's just a rumor. People whispered. Of course I know what I'm doing, Jiang Li said coldly. The city guards detained my founding elders and took the things that belonged to the Sirius gang. I'm here to do our gang justice. Haha, Hom Qianche laughed and pointed at Jiang Li with the crescent-painted halberd. I don't care why you're doing this. It's a crime to break into the base of the city guards. You're just a third-rate gang and you dare to break into the base of the city guards. Even if the city guard and commander aren't here today, I'm strong enough to kill you. Kill them. Boon. After that, Hom Qianche flashed towards Jiang Li like an arrow and the crescent-painted halberd created a beam of light. Attack. Jiang Li immediately backed away and left the battlefield to the mechs. Wen Gan, Wen Long and Wen Yang sped towards Hong Qianqi from 3 directions at the same time. The 3 perfected stage match besieged him. Bang! Wen Long blocked Hong Qianqi's attack with his long blade, while Wen Yang stabbed him a few times with her sword. Total annihilation. Hong Qianqi swayed his halberd and forced Wen Yang to fall back. His internal force surged out of his body and formed waves of air. The ground also cracked. Combat art. Boom. Wen Gang gave 100 punches, creating some sounds of explosion. A strong energy wave was formed in the air. Fut. Hong Qianqi put the crescent-painted halberd in front of his chest, but was pushed backwards by a strong energy. He spurted blood, dropping the halberd in his hands. Ah! Hong Qianqi let out a cry and fell on the ground. Perfected stage of level 1. 3 perfected stage soldiers. Hong Qianqi was terrified. He had never thought he would lose so quickly. The Sirius Gang is really powerful. I've heard that before, but I didn't believe it. After meeting you today, I realized you're much more powerful and terrifying than expected. Hong Qianqi looked at the mechs next to Jiang Li and was frightened. He couldn't sense the vital energy in them, but they were so strong. Old man, there are only 2 choices in front of you. First, give us back our men and stuff. Second, I kill all of your guards and take them back myself. Jiang Li looked at Hong Qianqi calmly. Choose one. Do I have a choice? Hong Qianqi smiled wryly and crawled up from the ground. He wiped off the blood on his mouth and said to the adjutant behind him, "Go get their people and stuff." How do we explain this to Commander Hao Qian? An adjutant asked. Explain. What explanation does he want? This is the trouble he made. Do you want these reserve soldiers to risk their lives for him? Hong Qianqi yelled. Go. Chapter 46. 9,430 points. Hong Qianqi gave in. He had to do so, he had no choice. This was for the sake of the reserve soldiers. They were new and innocent. They didn't do anything wrong, so they shouldn't be dragged into this, and they shouldn't die just because of Hao Qian's mistake. If they had to die, they should die in the battle with the monsters and the barbarians. Half an hour later, Hu Dong, Zhu Qianzhong and the others were released. A large carriage with wooden boxes also came with them. The boxes were full of herbs. Greetings, Chief. We didn't do our job well. Please punish us. Hu Dong and the others weren't hurt and still looked good. When they saw Jiang Li, they immediately knelt anxiously. I'll put this behind me for now. Do better next time, Jiang Li said. Get up. Yes, Chief. Hu Dong and the others replied. Chief Jian, your men and all of your stuff are here. We're returning them to you now, Hong Qianqi said. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Jiang Li smiled. He had got what he wanted. Right, can you tell me where the City Lord and Commander Hao Qian went? I'm very curious. Why did they leave only the reserve soldiers at the base? It's none of your business, Hong Qianqi said. If there's nothing else I can do for you, please leave. Haha, goodbye, then. Jiang Li nodded and waved. Hu Dong and the rest of the members left the base of the city guards with the carriage. All of the members of the Sirius Gang are here. That's Hu Dong and Zhu Qianzhong. All the detained members and staff of the Sirius Gang have returned. Looks like the Sirius Gang didn't lose anything. Is the Sirius Gang that strong? Even the city guards yelled to them. And they gave Jiang Li back his men and stuff. Nothing like this has happened in the past. From now on, the Sirius Gang will be the leader of the 4 powerful gangs in Yongan City. The onlookers whispered. They were in awe of the Sirius Gang. After all, no matter how strong the gangs were in the past, they could never beat the city guards. And today, the Sirius Gang did so. They broke into the base of the city guards and forced them to return their men and stuff. This incident astonished the entire Yongan City. Well, by the time Hua Qian came with the members of the Qianmen Gang, everything had ended. They only saw Jiang Li leaving the base of the city guards with the members of the Sirius Gang. What happened? Hua Qian was stunned. There's no smell of blood. Did they not fight? Did Jiang Li retreat? No, there's a large carriage full of boxes and Hu Dong and the others. The city guards released them. How come? When did they become so nice? Chief Hua, we should be glad they didn't fight. At least they avoided an internal dispute. Long Chongzhen was also here. Jiangli made the city guards yield, meaning that his power has already gone beyond our expectations. We should be careful with him from now on. We must obey him. Gentlemen, I have something important to tell you, Yu Shulan said. My men heard that the city lord and commander Hao Qian left the city with 3,000 official guards and 1,000 elites. Really? Long Chengzhen looked up. Do you know where they are going? Yu Shulan shook her head. I was wondering why the city guards gave in. It's because only the reserve soldiers were left at the base. Jiangli went there at a good time, Hua Qian said. At the serious gang, Jiangli and the others had returned to the headquarters. Chief, here's the shopping list and the remaining money. Hu Dong gave Jiangli the list and money. Jiangli took them. There were 200,000 taels of silver left, meaning that Hu Dong spent 800,000 on the herbs. Jiangli was content and he glanced over the list. Hu Dong, Zhu Qianzhong, let me ask you something. Are you familiar with Qingshan Valley? Jiangli asked. Qingshan Valley. Hu Dong and Zhu Qianzhong looked at each other. Hu Dong then said, Chief, Qingshan Valley is quite far from Yonggan City and it's extended from the Qingshan Mountains. The Qingshan Mountains is the border of the Qian dynasty and the Red Eyebrow Empire. So, we are quite familiar with it. That's great. Jiangli looked up. He had read the herb list. With so many herbs, he could convert a large number of energy points again to make tons of matches. I'll give you another mission. Jiangli put down the list. Sure, Chief. Hu Dong and Zhu Qianzhong bowed. Go to Qingshan Valley. Jiangli said. Go to Qingshan Valley. Hu Dong was shocked. Why, Chief? Zhu Qianzhong asked. When you're there, you'll know. Jiangli didn't answer Zhu Qianzhong's question. I'll send someone to go with you. Wang Long. Jiangli yelled. Here. Wang Long entered. Gather your company and go to Qingshan Valley with Hu Dong and Zhu Qianzhong, Jiangli said. Got it. Wang Long nodded. Go now. Jiangli waved. Yes, Chief. Although Hu Dong and Zhu Qianzhong were confused, they bowed to Jiangli and left the assembly hall right away. I guess the monsters have already started moving. Jiangli sat down and mumbled. Their plan was to attack after 3 days, but Dugu Huangcheng and Hao Qian left Yonggan City with the city guards today. If that's true, why did the monsters move early? Jiangli pondered. He thought that maybe Qing Huaye being caught was the reason why the monsters moved early. After all, Qing Huaye was quite important. In fact, she was indeed important. Let's just wait for Hu Dong and the others to arrive in Qingshan Valley and look at the situation first. If they are already on their way, I should also be prepared. Jiangli cleared his mind. Wen Yan. Jiangli turned around and said, take a few perfected stage cold weapon mechs and intel mechs to hide near the government office and keep an eye on Yanzike. Right, and Zhongling as well. Got it. Wen Yang nodded and left with 3 cold weapon mechs of perfected stage level 1. By the way, would Zhongling be a problem as well? Jiangli massaged his eyes. Being able to work between Dugu Huangcheng and Yanzike is certainly no simple man. Besides, he's been missing during this period of time. He said he could get my herbs back, but I had to do it by myself after all. It's exhausting to think about these things. Jiangli swayed his head. He had a headache. After leaving the assembly hall, Jiangli went to the chief's compound. All the herbs were put here. Herbs that were worth 800,000 taels of silver basically equaled all the normal herbs in the large chambers of commerce in Yonggan City. Convert these herbs to energy points. Jiangli controlled the Dominator panel. Swish! A white light flashed and all the herbs in front of Jiangli disappeared. They were all converted to energy points. The courtyard immediately became spacious. Conversion successful. Received 8,000 energy points. A notice flashed in front of Jiangli. In the window, the number of energy points changed from 1,430 to 9,430 points. It almost reached 10,000. I finally have enough energy points. Jiangli looked at the data on the window and was thrilled. Chapter 47. Increase the matches. Firearm matches are different from combat matches and cold weapon matches. Their quality is more important than quantity. Jiangli looked at the number of energy points and started thinking how he should increase the matches. Firearm matches need to refill their bullets. Most importantly, no matter if a firearm mech is at the perfected stage, peak stage, mid stage, or early stage, only one energy point is required to refill all of his bullets. So I'd better upgrade all the firearm mechs to the perfected stage. Then I won't waste any energy points and can maximize the use of their power. Make 200 combat mechs, 200 cold weapon mechs, and upgrade 20 firearm mechs to the perfected stage of level 1. Jiangli made a decision. He opened the mech types window immediately and used 4,000 energy points to make 400 mechs. He then used 2,800 points to upgrade 20 firearm mechs. A total of 6,800 energy points were used. Swish! A virtual window popped out. There were 2 human figures on it with a X200 sign next to them. Countless light dots gradually filled the human figures. The human figures became realistic. A minute later, 400 mechs appeared. They were divided into 2 groups, which stood upright in an orderly formation and all looked fierce. Greetings, Master, the 400 mechs saluted Jiangli and said at the same time. Great, great. Jiangli nodded with a beaming smile. He sized the 400 mechs up. They occupied half of the courtyard, making the place a bit crowded. There are 2,540 points left. Jiangli looked at the number of energy points. I'll not use these points for now. I already have 820 mechs. Master. The 30 perfected stage firearm mech formed 3 troops. They all had machine guns, submachine guns, pistols and rifles, so that they could perform well in different kinds of battlefields. Of course, this was also because the firearm mechs had a powerful physique. That was why they could carry so many weapons and bullets. Normal people would have been exhausted just carrying them around, let alone to fight. Good. Jiangli looked at the 30 perfected stage firearm mechs that were carrying weapons and wearing camouflage uniforms in front of him. A sense of modern warfare came, making Jiangli feel familiar and close. He could imagine that with the combat mechs and cold weapon mechs covering for the 30 perfected stage firearm mechs, they could keep shooting continuously and the battlefield would become a terrifying slaughterhouse. Upgrade 2 combat mechs and 2 cold weapon mechs to the perfected stage of level 1. After pondering for a while, Jiangli still used another 560 energy points to upgrade 2 combat mechs and 2 cold weapon mechs. He now had 10 each of perfected stage combat mechs and cold weapon mechs. In fact, Jiangli still felt like it wasn't enough. He was worried that the combat mechs and cold weapon mechs couldn't protect the firearm mechs during the fast-changing battle. That's it for now. Jiangli saw the number of energy points decrease from 9340 to 1980. If the mechs are broken during the battle, I can recycle them and get half of the energy points. Right now Jiangli had 820 mechs, which had surpassed the number of soldiers in a base and was comparable to 2 bases. There were 334 combat mechs with 10 at the perfected stage, 340 cold weapon mechs also with 10 at the perfected stage, and 140 firearm mechs with 30 at the perfected stage. Lastly, there were 6 intel mechs at the perfected stage of level 1. Master XX03 is requesting a call. Intel Mech XX01 walked to Jiangli. XX03. Jiangli closed the Dominator panel. It's Wen Yang. Put them through. Yes. Buzz. Intel Mech XX01 raised his right hand and a beam of light shot out of his wrist, forming a clear screen. Master. On the screen XX03 saluted and Wen Yang was standing next to him. What's wrong? Jiangli asked. Master, the government office is empty. Wen Yang replied, Yang Zik and all the patrols are all gone. We don't see Zhongling either. Nobody's there. Jiangli was startled. Did they run away? Perhaps they knew the monsters and barbarians would invade Yongan City, so they escaped. Master, should we keep watching? Wen Yang asked. No, just come back, Jiangli said. Yes, Master. Wen Yang nodded. Swish. The call ended. Go get Wen Pinyuan. Jiangli told the mech next to him. Yes. The mech nodded and left right away. A few minutes later Wen Pinyuan arrived. Chief. Wen Pinyuan bowed. Wen Pinyuan sent someone to tell Long Chengzhen of the White Dragon Gang, Hua Qian of the Qianmen Gang and Yu Shulan of Tinyu Tower that I'm inviting them to a gathering at Yongan Restaurant, Jiangli said. Wen Pinyuan was shocked. Okay, Chief. I'll do that now. Wait. Jiangli stopped Wen Pinyuan. Yes, Chief. Wen Pinyuan was confused. Ask Instructor Hong to come as well, if he's willing to, Jiangli said. Yes. Wen Pinyuan nodded and left. Contact Intel Mech XX02, Jiangli said. Yes. Intel Mech XX01 nodded. Swish. A projection appeared. Master. Intel Mech XX02 saluted. How's it going? Where are you now? Jiangli asked. According to Hudoam and Zhu Chanzhong, we are now near to a Fallen Leaves village, and we are still quite far away from Qingshan Valley. XX02 answered, there aren't many people on the way. Many villages have been looted and there's no sign of the monsters and barbarians. All right, go faster. The sooner you reach Qingshan Valley, the better, Jiangli said. Yes, Master. XX02 nodded. The call ended. That afternoon in a room at Yongan Restaurant, Jiangli was sitting on the main seat, while Wen Gang and Wen Yang were standing on the left and right of him respectively. The two of them were expressionless like a statue and they didn't move a bit, but the fierceness in them couldn't be ignored. Chief Jiang, just get to the points. Don't beat around the bush. Hua Qian sat on the left of Jiangli. He pulled off a chicken leg and started eating. Haha, I have this problem, I can't wait when I see chicken legs. Sorry. Long Chengzhen remained silent and gently fanned himself with the paper fan in his hand. The food at Yongan Restaurant is quite expensive. You'll have to spend a lot of money, Chief Jiang, Yu Shulan smiled and said. Just wait. Jiangli said slowly, we still have one more person joining us. Chapter 48. United. Once Jiangli finished talking, someone knocked at the door. Yu Shulan and the others looked over curiously. They wanted to know who else in Yongan City Jiangli would invite, other than them. Come in, Jiangli said. Chief Jiang. Creak. The door opened and an old man with white hair entered. He was muscular, energetic, and his loose grey robe couldn't cover his fierceness. Instructor Hong, Hua Qian exclaimed. Why are you here? Long Chengzhen was startled. Hi, Instructor Hong. Yu Shulan got up and bowed. Haha, Hong Qiancha chuckled, you're all heavy hitters now. Chief Jiang sent someone to invite me, so I should certainly respect him, shouldn't I? You gotta be kidding, Instructor Hong, Hua Qian said humbly. You kid. Hong Qiancha shook his head. In fact, Hua Qian used to be a city guard and he was once taught by Hong Qiancha. And yet, he left the city guards for some reason and became the leader of the Qianmen Gang. Please take a seat, Instructor Hong, Jiangli said. Hong Qiancha sat down expressionlessly. Chief Jiang, everybody should be here now, right? Hua Qian turned around and asked Jiangli. Chief Jiang, you can tell us why you invited us here now, Long Chengzhen said. Everyone's arrived. Jiangli nodded and glanced over all of them. He took out a few pieces of paper and put them on the table. Chiefs, Instructor Hong. We'll continue after you read this. What do you mean? Hong Qiancha frowned. Don't be so mysterious, Hua Qian said. Jiangli, if you want to take over our gangs, you can just tell us. I know you have many strong fighters in your gang, but I'm not scared of you. Long Chengzhen grunted. Yu Shulan didn't say anything. She took the papers and started reading them. Her face then gradually turned pale. This is impossible. Yu Shulan was almost speechless. She didn't even know she dropped the papers. What's wrong? Long Chungjin was also shocked. He picked up the papers and started reading. He was extremely stunned. Give me that. Hua Qian took the papers and read it carefully. Boom. In a blink, Hua Qian banged on the table and stood up. He stared at Jiang Li and asked, Jiang Li, is everything true? Of course, Jiang Li nodded and said, I sent my men to Stone Village not long before to investigate the cause of my father's death. I got lucky. They caught a monster at the peak stage of level 1 and brought it back. As for her identity, you already know after reading this. There's no need for me to explain. What happened? Hong Qianqi frowned and asked. Instructor Hong read it. Hua Qian gave him the paper. Hong Qianqi remained silent and he started reading it. He said after a while, the city lord and state lord colluded with the monsters and barbarians. The Red Eyebrow Empire is working with the Black Snake Empire. How is that possible? It was hard to believe. Hong Qianqi couldn't believe it was true. I don't believe it. I don't think the city lord would do this. Hong Qianqi yelled. Instructor Hong, I sent someone to the government office and it was empty. Dugu Huangcheng has taken all of the official soldiers and elites, Jiang Li said slowly. What's going to happen if the monsters attack us now? Aren't these things enough proof? We can only save ourselves right now, Jiang Li yelled with a deep voice. Hua Qian and Long Chungjin lowered their heads and remained silent. In fact, they had started to panic. All the signs proved that what Jiang Li said was probably right. And this was the most terrifying. The city lord and state lord both betrayed the Qian dynasty and colluded with the monsters and barbarians. Yong'an City was like a naked beauty in the eyes of the enemies. They could do whatever they wanted. Chief Jiang, just tell us what we should do. We'll do whatever we can to help. Yu Shulan suddenly got up and bowed to Jiang Li as she said firmly. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and glanced at Hua Qian and Long Chungjin. He grunted and said, you two aren't even as decisive as a woman. Why? Are you going to abandon the city and run? Fuck. Hua Qian got up and shouted, how would I be such a coward? It's just the monsters and barbarians. I've killed them before. What do I have to be afraid of? Chief Jiang, tell us your plan first, Long Chungjin said. Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li said. The plan is simple. Since the monsters and barbarians are planning to ambush the army of Pingding City in Qingshan Valley, we'll take the opportunity to attack the monsters and barbarians. We'll work with the army from Pingding City to annihilate them. Dugu Huangcheng doesn't know that we've already found out their plan, so they'll be caught off guard. Haha, nice plan. Hua Qian laughed. Chief Jiang, I didn't know you're so resourceful. This plan seems pretty good, Long Chungjin mumbled. But can we beat the monsters and barbarians? We don't even know how many soldiers they have. We have too little information. The White Dragon Gang has almost 2,000 members, the Tianmen Gang also has 2,000, and we also have those from Tingyu Tower and the Sirius Gang. Yu Shulan slowly said, if Instructor Hom also agrees to join us, we'll have almost 6,000 reserve soldiers. That means we can gather more than 10,000 soldiers. If we can ask those second-rate gangs to join us as well, we'll have more. Hua Qian said. No, Jiang Li shook his head. We can't be sure if there are people who work for Dugu Huangcheng or Yang Zik in the second-rate gangs. To be honest, I'm taking a huge risk to tell you about it. Jiang Li, stop talking already. Hong Qianqi got up with his fists clenched. I'll return to the base of the city guards right away and gather all the reserve soldiers. Then, I'll go to Qingshan Valley with you. If what you said is true, I must kill Dugu Huangcheng and Yang Zik, even if I have to risk my life. Chief Jiang, when will we start moving? Hua Qian asked. Long Chungjin, Hong Qianqi and Yu Shulan also looked at Jiang Li. Go and gather all of your members first and wait for my notice, Jiang Li said. All right. Hua Qian nodded. Chief Jiang, the sooner, the better. I'm worried that the army from Pingding City can't hold on for long, Hong Qianqi said. Don't worry. I won't risk my life as well. Jiang Li nodded seriously. Right, Chiefs and Instructor Hong, do you have any spare herbs? Ordinary ones will do. If you do, please sell them to me, Jiang Li suddenly said. I can buy them from you with the same price as in the market. Of course, I don't have much money right now, but I can write a receipt stating the amount I owe you. We are now on the same boat. It'll be nice if we can help each other out. Jiang Li gave a friendly smile. Well, Hua Qian and the others looked at one another. Yu Shulan then said, I'll go back to Yu Shulan and see how many we've got. Thank you, Jiang Li said. Chief Jiang, why do you want so many herbs? Long Chengjin asked. I need them, Jiang Li replied. Why are you so mysterious? Hua Qian said. Jiang Li shrugged and didn't say a word. I'll do whatever I can as long as it helps to deal with the monsters and barbarians, Hong Qianqi said. I promise I won't disappoint you, Jiang Li smiled and said. Chapter 49. Rules for unlocking level 2 mechs. After leaving the Yonggan restaurant, Jiang Li returned to the Sirius gang. It was already late. As the evening came, he also became a bit anxious as he still hadn't heard from Hudorn. To be honest, Jiang Li wouldn't do anything before confirming the situation in Qingshan Valley. In this super fantasy world full of monsters, he was just strong enough to protect himself. So, he had to be cautious before making any decisions. He always had to think twice. That was why Jiang Li worked with the 3 gangs and Hong Qianqi in order to have all the soldiers he would have to strengthen himself. It was going quite smoothly. And yet, the 3 gangs and Hong Qianqi still hadn't sent the herbs Jiang Li wanted. Jiang Li was quite disappointed and he even thought about seizing the herbs from them, but he gave up the idea. After all, it wasn't a good time to fight with one another. Master. Intel Mech XX01 walked quickly to Jiang Li. Yes, Jiang Li said. Intel Mech XX02 wanted to talk to you, XX01 said. Put him through. Jiang Li was thrilled. Buzz. XX01 raised his right hand and a beam of light shot out from his wrist, which formed a screen that was showing a forest. After that, XX02 appeared. Master. XX02 saluted. Report to me, Jiang Li said. Yes. XX02 nodded and said immediately, we're now outside Qingshan Valley. Wang Long and a few cold weapon mechs have already sneaked in there and they've just returned. That's why I contacted you. According to the information they got, 10,000 soldiers from Pingding City are trapped in Qingshan Valley. Many of them are dead or injured and only less than half of them are left, but they are still hanging on. How many soldiers do the monsters and barbarians have? Jiang Li asked again. There are approximately 10,000 monsters and 10,000 barbarians. They've lost only around 2,000 soldiers altogether, XX02 replied. Also, there are level 2 soldiers among the army of the monsters and barbarians. Level 2? Jiang Li said seriously, how many? The thing was, Jiang Li didn't have any level 2 mech right now. I'm not sure, but definitely less than 5. XX02 answered firmly. Did you see Dugu Huangcheng and Yanzike? Jiang Li asked. Yes. XX02 nodded. They are with the monsters and barbarians. We are sure that Dugu Huangcheng and Yanzike have betrayed the Qin dynasty. Jiang Li pondered. The situation was worse than he expected. In fact, Jiang Li had already foreseen that the monsters and barbarians would have 20,000 soldiers altogether. After all, even the city guards in Yonggan City had 10,000 soldiers. Having a group of firearm mechs of the perfected stage of level 1, Jiang Li wasn't worried about the number of soldiers. However, he was anxious about the level 2 soldiers. The thing was, Jiang Li had never encountered any enemies of level 2. He wasn't sure how strong they were and if they could break through the mechs. If the mechs couldn't stop them, the consequences would be unimaginable. This won't work. Jiang Li shook his head. If we go to Qingshan Valley like this, we may not be able to win even if the monsters and barbarians are caught off guard. I don't have any level 2 soul tinder and I don't know where to get it, so I can't upgrade my mechs to level 1 and I can't even open the level 2 mech types window. According to the rules of the legendary mech army, I need 9 level 2 soul tinders and 10,000 energy points to unlock level 2 mechs. I don't have either of these. So, there's only one way left. If I can collect 10 level 1 soul tinders, I'll be able to merge them. If it works, I'll get a level 2 soul tinder, but if it doesn't, all 10 level 1 soul tinders will be gone. More importantly, the possibility of successfully merging the soul tinders is very low. Swish! Jiangli opened the Dominator panel. There was a 0 soul tinder. He didn't even have a level 1 soul tinder right now. Chief, Tinyu Tower sent someone here. They brought you the herbs you requested, Mahan yelled at the entrance. Tinyu Tower. Jiangli looked up and was excited. He immediately walked out of the compound to meet the people from Tinyu Tower. As long as he had enough energy points, he could make 100 matches of perfected stage level 1. No matter how strong their level 2 soldiers were, 100 perfected stage mechs should be able to beat them. The mechs weren't afraid of dying. I hope Yu Shulan gave me enough herbs. Jiangli was looking forward to it. In the courtyard of the gang, a few people from Tinyu Tower arrived with a carriage. They were organizing the wooden boxes. Although they hadn't opened them, there was already a smell of the herbs. Chief Jiang. In front of the carriage, a sexy, gorgeous lady in a red dress greeted Jiangli. She had a red mole at the corner of her mouth. She bowed to Jiangli, showing the curve of her body. Jiangli nodded and asked, "You are?" "I'm Yahom, the deputy chief of Tinyu Tower. These are the herbs my sister asked me to send you. Here's the list of the herbs. Please take a look." Miao Hong smiled and replied, "Oh, she also said you don't have to pay for the herbs if you don't have enough money. So she's giving them to me." Jiangli raised his eyebrows. Hee, maybe you're too handsome. She can't suppress her feelings for you, so she's giving you all she has, Miao Hong said with a smile. Ahem. Jiangli coughed. These herbs are indeed useful to me. I'll take them. I owe your leader once. If she needs help in the future, find me. I'll deliver your message. Miao Hong nodded. After that, Jiangli asked someone to take all the herbs from Tinyu Tower to the courtyard. When you go back, tell Yu Shulan to go to the city gates with her members as soon as possible. Remember to lay low. We are going to take action soon, Jiangli said. Yes, Chief Jiang. Miao Hong nodded. After Miao Hong left, the White Dragon Gang and Qianmen Gang also sent their herbs here. Jiangli spent all 200,000 taels of silver he had and wrote a receipt of 500,000 as debt. He went from a millionaire to bankrupt. Finally, Hong Qianqi personally came with 2 carriages full of herbs. The city guards were indeed different. They were much richer than the 3 gangs. Jiangli took all the herbs. It made no difference to have more debt anyway. Jiangli asked Long Chengzhen, Hua Qian, Yu Shulan and Hong Qianqi to bring their people to the city gates first. 10 minutes later, Jiangli asked the match to take all the herbs to the courtyard. The place was completely full. Convert these herbs to energy points. Jiangli didn't have time to see how many herbs there were. He immediately converted them. Chapter 50. Over 10,000. Buzz. In front of Jiangli's eyes, white light flashed and all the herbs had been converted. Conversion successful. Received 15,400 energy points. A notice popped up. The number of energy points increased over 10,000. Okay. Jiangli clenched his fists. His eyes glittered and he was excited. With so many energy points, I'll be able to upgrade 100 match to the perfected stage of level 1. He opened the screen. The total number of energy points went from 1,978 to 17,378. Upgrade 20 fire matches, 40 combat matches and 40 cold weapon matches. Jiangli immediately upgraded the matches. Swish. 14,000 points were used. Buzz. 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 20 fire matches, 40 combat matches and 40 cold weapon matches next to Jiangli were surrounded by an aura. In a blink, they were upgraded and they had all reached the perfected stage of level 1. They had a full set of weapons and equipment and they were promoted from recruits to sergeants. Good. Jiangli glanced over the stronger matches and were completely content. There are 3,378 points left. I have to save them. Jiangli thought. By then, I'll decide how to use them according to the situation. If I'm lucky enough to find some level 1 soul tinders and merge them, I may be able to upgrade my match to level 2. I was planning to upgrade 100 firearm match to the perfected stage and form a company, but there are level 2 enemies now and firearm match aren't enough to beat them. I also need some flexible combat match and cold weapon match that have strong combat strength. Jiangli made this decision after thorough consideration. Right now, Jiangli still had 820 matches. There were 50 firearm matches, 50 combat matches and 50 cold weapon matches at the perfected stage of level 1. He also had 6 perfected stage intel matches. And the remaining 664 matches were all at the early stage of level 1. We can go now. Jiangli took a deep breath and walked out of the chief's compound with groups of match behind him. 820 matches. That was comparable to the number of soldiers in 2 military camps. In the courtyard, when the 2,000 members saw Jiangli, they immediately stood upright and shut their mouths. The noisy courtyard suddenly became quiet. The hall masters, including Wen Pingyuan, Wu Zun, Pan Kuei, Shu Wei and Shibaki, were in the front. "Greetings, Chief," they said. Jiangli nodded and said while he looked at everyone, "This time, you're following me to Qingshan Valley to fight with the monsters and barbarians." The city lord, Dugu Huangcheng and the state lord, Yan Zik betrayed the Qian dynasty and colluded with the monsters and barbarians. They are going to kill the soldiers from Pingding City in Qingshan Valley. Well, Chief, are you kidding me? You want us to fight with the monsters and barbarians? You're sending us to die. The city lord and state lord betrayed the Qian dynasty. Why should we die? Shocked, stunned, dumbfounded. These members had never thought that Jiangli would ask them to fight with the monsters and barbarians. They didn't see this coming. Most importantly, they were terrified. "We don't have another choice," Jiangli said with a deep voice. Greenscale City of the Red Eyebrow Empire and Deserted City of the Black Snake Empire are working together, and their goal is to conquer Black Dragon County of the Qian dynasty. Since the state lord and city lord have betrayed us, we don't even get the chance to report to the royal court. When the monsters and barbarians defeat the army from Pingding City, they'll come to Yonggan City. By then, Yonggan City will be invaded. So, we must go to Qingshan Valley and help the army of Pingding City right now. This is our only chance to turn the tides. You don't get to choose, Jiangli said coldly. Oh. I'm not going. I'll run. It'll be fine if I escape from Black Dragon County. The Qian dynasty is so vast. I can go anywhere I want. Why should I die in Yonggan City? A skinny member backed away as he trembled. He was totally frightened. I don't want to die. I'll let you all go. In fact, Zhong Xiaolin joined the Sirius gang because of their reputation. He was thinking of running wild in Yonggan City in the name of the Sirius gang. He had never thought that he would have to fight the monsters and barbarians just a day after he joined the gang. He hadn't even enjoyed the welfare the Sirius gang offered. Stop joking. Only fools would go. Many old members of the gang hesitated. Gun. Jiangli reached out. Yes. A firearm mech next to Jiangli gave him a pistol respectfully. Bang. Jiangli pulled the trigger coldly. The bullet shot out and pierced through Zhong Xiaolin's heart, creating a plume of smoke and some sparks. Blood splashed everywhere. Zhong Xiaolin let out a cry and fell on the ground. He couldn't make it out of the courtyard. He spurted out blood and tried to say something, but then he died. I don't have time to lecture you. Jiangli gave the pistol back to the firearm mech and looked at the members of the Sirius gang. If you don't go with me, you'll die now. If you go there, there's still a chance of living. Also, if you kill one soldier of the monsters or barbarians, you'll be rewarded an internal force art. The more you kill, the more rewards you'll get. I can even give you a level 1 advanced internal force art. Also, you'll be rewarded 100 taels of silver if you come back alive. However, whoever runs away will be killed. Everyone went silent. An internal force art. 100 taels of silver if they could come back alive. They might even be able to get a level 1 advanced internal force art. The rewards Jiangli was offering were like temptations from a demon, which aroused their courage and greed. "I'll follow Chief Jiang." Suddenly, Pan Kuei raised his giant hammer and yelled, "I'll follow you, Chief." Wu Zong immediately followed. "We'll follow you," Wang Pingyuan, Xu Wei, Shi Baki and the other Hall Masters shouted. The rest of the members cheered and raised the weapons in their hands. Their blades reflected the light of the sunset. Jiangli glanced over all the members. He remained silent. He knew clearly. Although most people said they would follow him, they weren't really loyal to him. They only did this because of the tempting rewards. Besides, after the war began, most of these members would be sacrificed. "Let's go." Jiangli waved his hand. At the city gates, night had fallen. Under the moonlight, Jiangli, Hong Qianqi, Long Chengzhen, Yu Shulan and Hua Qian met. Chapter 51. The Barbarians. The White Dragon Gang had 2,130 people, including Long Chengzhen. The Qianmen Gang had 2,050, while Tingyu Tower had 1,920. The city guards had 5,678 reserve soldiers. And finally, there were almost 2,000 members from the Serious Gang. Apart from Jiangli's matches, there were around 13,000 soldiers. "Let's not waste any more time. We'll go to Qingshan Valley right now," Jiangli said. "Okay." Hong Qianqi nodded. "I'll lead the way. I'm most familiar with the way to Qingshan Valley." "That's great." Jiangli nodded. Yu Shulan and the others also agreed. Clump, clump, clump. The footsteps sounded. The reserved soldiers led by Hong Qianqi walked in the front, followed by the members of the White Dragon Gang, Qianmen Gang and Tingyu Tower. Those from the Serious Gang were at the back. They were walking on foot, since there were less than 1,000 horses in the city and many members didn't even know how to ride a horse, so they could only walk. Qingshan Valley was several villages away from Yong'an City. Hudong and the others spent almost half a day to get there, so it would take even longer for 10,000 people to walk there. At midnight they were already halfway through. They went past a few villages which were all looted. There were even bones the monsters left after eating the humans. On the way Jiangli and the others didn't encounter any monsters or barbarians. However, this wasn't a good thing. It meant that the monsters and the barbarians had most likely put all of their soldiers inside Qingshan Valley and that Jiangli and the others would be facing a great battle. "Stop!" Hong Qianqi raised his hands and yelled. The 5,000 reserve soldiers stopped. "Hide!" Hong Qianqi said again. "Rustle, rustle!" The 5,000 reserved soldiers quickly ran to the sides of the road and looked for places to hide. They were all hiding somewhere for a short period of time. What happened? Long Chengzhen was shocked. Hua Qian was also confused. Compared to the reserved soldiers, the members of the three gangs were much weaker and were less disciplined, like a plate of loose sand. Instructor Hong. Jiangli came up. "Chief Jiang, do you smell the blood?" Hong Qianqi asked. "Qingshan Valley is right ahead of us." Hong Qianqi pointed at the front. Under the moonlight Jiangli looked up and saw a mountain range extending outwards. There were two mountains located side by side ahead of them, forming a unique valley. "Chief Jiang, look at the ground carefully." Hong Qianqi continued, "There are a lot of footprints and some horseshoe prints on the ground, meaning that an army has just passed by not long before." "So?" Jiangli asked. Phew, Hong Qianqi took a deep breath. "So, Chief Jiang, your suspicion is probably true. The army from Pingding City is being ambushed." "It is true," Jiangli said. "Chief Jiang, we must be more careful from now on. We have to lay low and get close to Qingshan Valley silently. If the monsters and barbarians discover us, our plan will fail," Hong Qianqi said again. Jiangli nodded. "Under this circumstance, it's better to move at night," Hong Qianqi said. "We are not sure about the situation of the monsters and barbarians right now. I hope the army from Pingding City can hang on a bit longer. One step at a time." 10 minutes later, Hong Qianqi told Long Chengzhen, Hua Qian and Yu Shulan about the situation and asked everyone to walk as quietly as they could so that they could hide their traces as they went further. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of Qingshan Valley. The smell of blood is heavy. Be careful. Long Chengzhen and the others were startled. They had already smelled the blood even before entering Qingshan Valley. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly some sounds came. Who's that? Clang. Everyone pulled out their weapons right away. They are my men. Jiang Li immediately came up. Chief. Greetings, Chief. Hudong, Zhu Qianzhong and the Mets walked out of a corner not far away. They hid in the forest earlier. It's Hudong. They are really people of the serious gang. Phew. Long Chengzhen and the others were relieved. Chief, you can't go from this entrance. The monsters and barbarians have secured the entrance to avoid the soldiers from running away, Hudong said. If you go in from here, you'll definitely be discovered. So, what should we do? Hua Qian asked. Chief Hua, we can go over this entrance and climb up from the other direction. We can attack the monsters and barbarians from behind, Hudong said. Hum Qianchu mumbled and looked around. He then nodded. Okay, let go. Good? Okay. Hua Qian and the others nodded. Hudong, lead the way, Jiang Li said. Sure. Hudong quickly nodded and walked in the front. Zhu Qianzhong was next to Hudong, while Wen Long joined the other match. A few minutes later, Jiang Li and the others went around the entrance of the valley and climbed up the mountain on the left of Qingshan Valley along a steeper road. 10 minutes passed and they almost reached the peak of the mountain next to Qingshan Valley. Stop. Hudong heard something. He immediately stopped and knelt. He hinted everyone at the back and Hong Qianqi also asked all the reserve soldiers to kneel. Long Chengzhen and the others also knelt while the rest of the members followed them. After a while, 9 tall, brawny men showed up. It was a patrol team that walked past the road. Because of the dark and the dense forest, they didn't notice Jiang Li and the rest of the people. It's the barbarians, Hua Qian exclaimed. We are lucky. Long Chengzhen said if we kept walking, we would have been discovered. It must be the patrol team of the barbarians, Hong Qianqi said. Wang Yang, deal with them, Jiang Li waved and said with his glittering eyes. Yes. Wang Yang nodded and came out of the mech army. 8 cold weapon mechs of perfected stage level 1 were behind her. They took action immediately. Chief Jiang, no. Long Chengzhen said quietly. The barbarians practice with totems. They are strong and difficult to kill. There's one totem warrior of early stage level 1 in the patrol team. If he can't kill them with one attack, the other warriors will be alerted. Hua Qian whispered. That's too reckless, Hong Qianqi said seriously. However, they were too late. Wang Yang had already run outside with 8 perfected stage cold weapon mech right after getting Jiang Li's order. Chapter 52. The battle begins. Swish. 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 Fast. They were extremely fast. Long Chengzhen and the others could only see a few black shadows flash in front of their eyes. After that, the alloy daggers flashed in the moonlight and blood splashed around. Wang Yang and the mech stabbed the totem warriors in their temples. From the left temple to the right. A deadly attack. Their moves were as smooth as running water. They killed the 9 barbarians in a heartbeat. No matter how strong the barbarians were, they wouldn't be able to stay alive as their brains were penetrated. They couldn't even scream in time, so they were killed silently. Well, Long Chengzhen's jaw dropped. He was stunned. Just then, perfected stage of level 1. Hua Qian was startled. Such speed, such response, such power, they are definitely martial artists of perfected stage level 1, 9 martial artists of perfected stage level 1. Gulp. Yu Shulan swallowed hard and her eyes were full of fear. Seriously. Hong Qianqi was dumbfounded. That's quick. The targets have been killed. Swish. Wen Yang and the mech returned to Jiang Li. Go back, Jiang Li said. Yes. Wen Yang and the others went back to the troop. Oh, right, Chief Long, did you say something? Jiang Li turned around and asked Long Chengzhen. No. Nothing. Long Chengzhen smiled. Ahun. Hua Qian immediately said, Chief Jiang, you're really wise. You sent someone here to study the terrain of Qingshan Valley beforehand. I'm in awe. He. Yu Shulan chuckled. Chief Jiang, although your men are strong, don't act so recklessly in order to avoid any accidents, Hong Qiancha said. Jiangli nodded and didn't say anything else. In fact, Jiangli was certain that Wen Yang could deal with the 9 barbarians. Besides, if they let those warriors continue to patrol, they would probably be discovered. Some members of the gangs weren't mentally strong enough and they would make noises inevitably. So Jiangli asked Wen Yang to attack. Besides, Jiangli knew much more about the monsters and barbarians than Hong Qiancha. He only wanted to use the 3 gangs and the reserved soldiers to stop the normal soldiers of the monsters and barbarians. After all, Jiangli had only 820 mechs. On the other hand, the monsters and barbarians had almost 20,000 soldiers, and there were also some of Dugu Huangcheng and Yang Zai's people. After a while, Hu Dong continued to lead the way. We're here. They had arrived at the destination. In the front there were a lot of tents. Many 2-meter barbarians in armors that had dark skin and paint on their faces were there. The camp was bright and a large number of barbarians gathered together. Gulp. Everyone held their weapons tightly and their hands started sweating. They were extremely anxious. There's someone down there, someone pointed at the valley and said. Everyone looked over. In the valley there were dead bodies everywhere. Those bodies were split and the blood formed a small pond. Everyone could smell the strong smell of blood. It's the army from Pinding City. Hong Qiancha recognized them right away. They've suffered a great loss. Only less than 2,000 soldiers are left. The remaining 2,000 soldiers tried their best to resist, causing the barbarians and monsters quite a heavy loss as well. So, they retreated for now and were planning to attack again after some rest. Should we attack? Long Chengzhen asked anxiously. We are already here. How can we back away? Hua Qian said with a deep voice. How? Long Chengzhen asked, there are 2,000 soldiers from Pinding City left, but the barbarians have at least 7,000, not to mention that there are also the monsters. They are much more powerful than we are. Chief Jiang. Yu Shulan looked at Jiangli. Long Chengzhen and the others also looked at him. Jiangli had become their leader. Prepare to fight. Jiangli ignored them and issued an order. It's the best time to attack right now. Firearm Company, immediately prepare your guns and aim at the barbarians. Don't skimp on ammunition. Fire. Yes. Crack. Crack. 50 perfected stage firearm mechs put their machine guns on the racks at the fastest speed and aimed at the military camp of the barbarians. Everyone could see that the way they lined up in a row and the range of their machine guns basically covered the entire camp. Meanwhile, 50 perfected stage combat mechs and 50 perfected stage cold weapon mechs stood around the firearm mechs. More than 600 early stage mechs were also ready. They could start fighting anytime. I heard something. That's enemies. There are enemies behind us. Prepare to fight. Report to General. The sound of the gun racks caught the attention of the barbarians. They saw Jiangli and the rest of the people. However, it was too late. Fire! Jiangli yelled. After that, the 50 firearm mech pulled the trigger at the same time. The bullets shot from the 50 machine guns were like raindrops and fire spouted out from the muzzles. Tons of bullet cases dropped on the ground. At this moment, the firearm mechs were showing everyone the terrifying power of modern weapons. Fut! 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 Blood splashed everywhere. Countless bullets shot the body of the barbarians and penetrated their armor. There were screams and dead bodies all over the place. However, since the barbarians were tough, they wouldn't die immediately if the bullets didn't hit their vital points. Even so, under Jiangli's sneak attack and the crazy shooting of the machine guns, at least 1,000 barbarians were killed. Many others were shot and injured. What kind of weapon is that? Don't be afraid. Go and destroy those weapons. Kill. Barbarians. Dawn. 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 At the center of the military camp some drum beats sounded, which boosted the morale of the barbarian warriors and increased their strength. "What are you doing here?" "Attack." Jiang Li looked at Long Chongjin and the others. "City guards, let's go," Hong Qianqi shouted and rushed towards the barbarians with his crescent-painted halberd. 5,000 reserved soldiers followed behind him. "Kill. The city guards will win. Kill them." The reserved soldiers yelled fiercely. They seemed to be more powerful than ever under the lead of Hong Qianqi. Wang Pingyuan, Hu Dong, Zhu Qianzhong, lead the serious gang to help the city guards, Jiang Li yelled. Chapter 53. The Black Snake Totem. Kill them. Wang Pingyuan and the others looked at each other. They dared not disobey Jiang Li under such a situation. After taking out their weapons, they activated their internal force and shouted with an aura around them. "Members of the serious gang, kill the enemies. Brothers, your success depends on how hard you're trying. Kill one barbarian and you'll get an internal force art. Kill." The Hall Masters yelled and encouraged the members. "Brothers, go. One is enough. Deal with them." Almost 2,000 members of the serious gang shouted and followed Wang Pingyuan into the battlefield. When both parties clashed, the barbarian immediately slashed the chest of a normal member of the serious gang open. That member fell on the ground and screamed painfully. "Ha ha ha, I killed him. I killed him." It was a muscular gang member. He took the opportunity to behead a barbarian warrior and burst into laughter. The next second, a barbarian with a spear came behind him and stabbed him in his heart. He immediately stopped laughing, then spurted out blood and died. White Dragon Gang, Qianmen Gang, Tinyu Tower, Jiang Li turned around and shouted, "Attack. Kill." Long Chongjin led the 2,000 members of the White Dragon Gang into the battlefield. "Brothers, kill these barbarians," Hua Qian yelled. "Kill them." Yu Shulan said fiercely and led the members of Tinyu Tower into the battlefield. She killed one barbarian warrior with her sword right away. In the front a fierce battle had begun. Looking over, the humans and barbarians were killing each other without mercy. None of them were planning to make a concession until they died. Since Jiang Li suddenly attacked the barbarians, 1,000 of their warriors were killed by the 50 machine guns, including some level 1 totem warriors. So, in terms of number of soldiers, Jiang Li was at an advantage. The 4 gangs and the reserved soldiers had more than 10,000 people altogether, whereas the barbarians had only 6,000 soldiers, which was nearly half the difference. However, there were many ordinary members on Jiang Li's side who didn't practice martial arts. Only the reserve soldiers had pretty strong combat strength. The barbarian warriors were powerful and they had quite a lot of level 1 totem warriors. So, Hong Qianqi and the others had to fall back, and many of them died or were injured. Luckily, Jiang Li immediately asked the firearm match to fire and gradually took back control. Buzz. 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 On the battlefield some grey light dots flew out of the dead bodies of the level 1 totem warriors and went into Jiang Li's head. "Got a level 1 soul tinder. Got a level 1 soul tinder." Although the chances of getting soul tinders weren't really high, Jiang Li still got 5 level 1 soul tinders. Chief Jian's men are indeed impressive and their weird weapons are extraordinary. They completely suppressed the barbarians. We may actually win the battle. Long Chongjin killed a totem warrior of mid-stage level 1. He looked around the battlefield and saw that they had slowly suppressed the barbarians. "Kill them." Hua Qian shouted as he split a mid-stage totem warrior in half with swords in both hands. He was covered in fresh blood and was extremely vicious. Boon. 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 Hong Qianqi attacked fiercely with his crescent-painted halberd. All the barbarian warriors were directly killed before approaching him. Boon. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the battlefield. A group of 3-meter giants ran in. There were only 19 of them, but they were all barbarian totem warriors at the perfected stage of level 1. Black Snake. Boon. The 19 perfected stage totem warriors shouted as the paint on their body shone. They created some black smoke that rose to the sky and gathered. Gasp! In the air an enormous, realistic black snake appeared. It was 10 meters long and it stared at all the humans with its crimson eyes. The totem of the barbarians. Hong Qianqi yelled, "Be careful. Fall back. Totem. Jiang Li mumbled. He also felt a powerful energy, but it was too late. The black snake totem spinned in the air and sped into the battlefield, exploding like a missile. Beams of black light were shot out. Bang. The ground shook. Ah. Many painful screams came. In a heartbeat, at least 1,000 people were killed by the black snake totem. When the light dissipated, a large pit hole appeared on the ground. Blood, stumps and mutilated dead bodies were everywhere. Ahem, Long Chengzhen coughed out blood. He dodged when the black snake totem flashed down, but he was still a bit too slow. Even though he was still alive, he was severely injured. His chest was blown and mutilated. Fuck. Hua Qian widened his eyes. The power of this totem must be close to level 2, Yu Shulan said. Totem. Black Snake, the 19th affected stage totem warriors shouted again and were surrounded by a black aura. They mobilized the power of totem in their body and tried to form the black snake totem again. Oh no. Run. We are dead. Everyone widened their eyes and they all ran in fear. We must stop them, Hong Qianchi shouted. That's a level 2 power. Who can stop it? Yu Shulan and Hua Qian were devastated. They were at an advantage, but 19th affected stage totem warriors suddenly showed up and formed the black snake totem with some kind of totem art. Long Chengzhen and the others were completely stunned. Fire! Jiang Li yelled, all firearm mechs aim at the perfected stage totem warriors and fire. Fire! Clutter, clutter! The 50 machine guns fired again. Fire spouted out of the muzzles and the bullets formed terrifying bullet rain, shooting towards the perfected stage totem warriors. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone could see the black smoke formed by the power of the totem creating a large light shield. It looked really thin, but it was tough enough to block the bullets. Those bullets all floated in the air. Keep going. I wanna see how much longer they can stand. Will I finish my energy points first? Or will they use up the power of the totem first? Jiang Li stared at the 19th perfected stage totem warriors as he used 50 energy points to refill all the bullets of the machine guns. Boom. The black smoke was split. Before the 50 firearm mechs finished their second round of shooting, the 19th perfected stage totem warriors were already overwhelmed. They had used up the power of the totem. They spurted out blood, the black smoke lifted and the black snake whined and shattered. Ah! The 19th perfected stage barbarian warriors let out a cry. The black snake totem was destroyed. Kill them. All hail Sirius Gang. All hail Chief Jiang. It's our time to fight back. Go. Hua Qian, Yu Shulan and Hong Qianchi shouted as they rushed towards the barbarians. They were extremely spirited. Chapter 54. Level 2 Manzhong. Keep firing, Jiang Li yelled excitedly. Poof. 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 The bullets of the machine guns pierced through the armor of the 19th affected stage totem warriors. Blood flashed in all directions and they almost became sieves. However, they hadn't died yet. They were unusually strong. These were only barbarian totem warriors of perfected stage level 1. The barbarians are really tough. Jiang Li issued an order seriously. Aim at their vital points, like their hearts and heads. You can't kill them if you hit other spots. Meanwhile, down in the valley, the army from Pingding City heard the noises from the mountain and they looked up, but the moonlight was dim. They couldn't see anything clearly. They only saw some sparks there. What's going on with the barbarians? Is someone here to help us? The soldiers wondered. At the center of the military camp. In the main tent. Commander, what should we do? The deputy commander of Pingding City, Li Shen, asked with a deep voice. His armor had a few holes on it and his face was stained with blood. Dugu Huancheng colluded with the monsters, the military advisor, Jie Dinglai, said furiously. Send someone to the barbarians to see what's happening first. If the reinforcements are really here, we'll take all the soldiers there immediately. The commander, Dong Lin, took a deep breath. Also, keep an eye on the monsters. Yes. Li Shen nodded. I'm on it. He then left the tent. Commander, it's dangerous for us to attack, Ji Dinglai said. If we attack the barbarians, the monsters will definitely come to help. As for the reinforcements, I have no idea where they are from. What I worry about the most is that this may be a trap. The barbarians may be luring us to attack from the left side. We have no choice. Domlin clenched his fists tightly. Yes, Domlin took a deep breath and said. In the mountain on the right, at the military camp of the monsters. There seems to be a battle on the barbarian side. Hu looked up. It was a bit far and the moonlight was blocked by the clouds, so he could only hear noises and see some sparks. Has Domlin led his army to attack the barbarians? Another monster guessed. That's impossible. The other monsters shook their heads. Hu. Heizong's huge body looked even more frightening in the dark. Yes. Hu knelt. Take a group of soldiers to the barbarians to see what's going on, Heizong said. Yes, General. Hu nodded and took 100 monsters with him immediately. They disappeared into the dark and rushed towards the military camp of the barbarians. Clomp, clomp. In the dark, footsteps sounded. Dugu Huangchen. Heizong turned around coldly. You better hope Miss Qingwei is fine. Otherwise, you'll get nothing and you'll be finished pretty badly. Heizong. Dugu Huangcheng said, we can't be sure yet. HN. Heizong grunted and went into the tent. Damn it. Dugu Huangcheng clenched his fist. Don't let me find out who caught Qing Wenling's only daughter. If not, I'll kill him. My lord, my lady ran away, then a soldier came and said anxiously. You useless. You can't even keep an eye on a person. Dugu Huangcheng slapped that soldier and yelled, what are you doing here? Send someone out there to find her. At the military camp of the barbarians, the battle was still continuing. Boon. A thunderous sound came. Come here. Boon. A giant iron hammer that was 2 meters long fell onto the battlefield. The ground shook violently and created a terrifying energy wave. Ah! Everyone screamed and was knocked away. They were seriously injured. On the battlefield, a 3-meter giant showed up. He was wearing a black armor that covered his entire body. Only his eyes, nose and mouth could be seen. The weapon in his hands was a giant black hammer. Manzhorn. The general of the barbarian army of Deserted City. A strong totem warrior at the early stage of level 2. Since he needed time to put on his armor, he had just come out. General. Haha, General is here. Brilliant. The barbarian warriors cheered. Level 2, everyone's eyes popped out and they were trembling. Why is there a level 2 warrior? Long Chengzhen was astonished. How can we beat him? Hua Qian also felt hopeless. There's no way we can win. There's a huge difference between level 1 and level 2. With the other barbarian warriors, it's impossible for us to win. Yu Shulan turned pale. Looks like I'm going to die here today. Hong Qianqi held his crescent-painted halberd in his hand and his eyes were full of viciousness. Barbarians, follow me and kill all our enemies. Manzhorn raised his hammer and shouted, the weak humans are vulnerable. Kill them. Kill. Go. A few thousand barbarian warriors yelled. Fall back, the normal gang members were completely frightened by Manzhorn. Level 2 totem warrior, I've waited for you for a long time. Jiangli said as he clenched his fists and issued an order. All soldiers, go and kill all barbarians. Long Chengzhen, Hong Qianqi, Yu Shulan, Hua Qian, leave that level 2 totem warrior to me. You just have to deal with the other barbarian warriors. Attack now if you don't want to die. Jiang Li, Hua Qian was shocked. Chief Jiang. Yu Shulan was startled. Well, Long Chengzhen opened his mouth wide. Okay. Hong Qianqi shouted, I'll help you stop them with my life. Bang. His internal force surged out. His hair fluttered in the air and he swung his crescent-painted halberd around. He sped into the battlefield fiercely and killed a few barbarian warriors at once. Kill them. The reserve soldiers followed. Let's go. Hua Qian rushed ahead. Poof. 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 As the 600 early stage mechs entered the battlefield, they were like 600 martial artists of the same level. They formed a formation and cooperated with one another. They became extremely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm mech fired and shot the barbarian warriors in their vital points. They could shoot very accurately when they performed the gun art. How strong! Chief Jiang's men are all martial artists at early stage level 1. There are 600 level 1 martial artists. That's terrifying. Chief Jiang has so many strong soldiers. No wonder he has the guts to come and attack the barbarians and monsters. We still have a chance of winning. Everyone cheered. Humans, you deserve this. Swish. Man Zhong looked up and stared at Jiang Li. His invisible level 2 energy gave Jiang Li great pressure. Jiang Li used his vital energy to withstand that power, but a level 2 enemy was indeed terrifying. The energy was strong enough to make Jiang Li feel like his vital energy was frozen. Chapter 55. Self-destruction. You want to kill me? You're not strong enough. Jiang Li stared at Man Zhong and raised his right hand slowly. He stuck out his index finger and crooked it. He was provoking Man Zhong. An open provocation. You. Even though Man Zhong didn't understand what Jiang Li meant, he was enraged about Jiang Li's provocative face and tone. You're just a human of peak stage elementary level. How do you provoke me? Man Zhong shouted, I'll crush you and give you to my subordinates to eat. After that, Man Zhong jumped 10 meters high. He was big, but he wasn't slow at all. He flashed a few hundred meters in a blink. Fire! Jiang Li quickly stood back. Clatter, clatter. The 50 perfected stage firearm mechs aimed at Man Zhong. Fire spouted out of the muzzles of the machine guns and the bullets shot ahead. Totem. Black bear. Roar. Man Zhong's power of totem spread around his body. Some black mist appeared around him and a giant black bear was formed behind him. The black bear roared and enveloped Man Zhong. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets were blocked by the black mist the power of totem formed, but at the same time Man Zhong was also pushed backwards. What's that? Man Zhong stood still and stared at the weird weapons in front of Jiang Li. He grunted, you humans are really keen on these weird stuff. Unfortunately, it's useless. Roar. After that, Man Zhong roared and his power of totem surged. The iron hammer in his hand was surrounded by black smoke. He threw the hammer at the 50 perfected stage firearm mechs as if it was a missile. Stop the hammer, Jiang Li yelled. Swish. 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 50 cold weapon mechs of perfected stage level 1 threw out their daggers at the same time. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers all hit the giant iron hammer, creating some banging sound, but they were then knocked away. At the same time, the black smoke on the hammer dissipated. In the end, the hammer dropped on the ground. They blocked it. Chief Jiang is indeed impressive. These people are martial artists of perfected stage level 1. They must be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped a level 2 totem warrior. Everyone was surprised and thrilled. Clatter, clatter. The 50 firearm mech pulled the trigger of the machine guns with their left hands and shot with the submachine guns with their right hands. They were all aiming at Man Zhong. They blocked my hammer. Man Zhong was also stunned. He was a powerful barbarian totem warrior at the early stage of level 2, but Jiang Li's power still frightened him. Jiang Li had so many martial artists of perfected stage level 1. That was terrifying. Roar. Man Zhong roared loudly, forming an energy wave. The invisible energy wave blocked all the bullets while he sped ahead to get closer to the hammer. Attack. We can't let him take back his weapon, Jiang Li yelled. Yes. Swish. 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 49 combat mechs of perfected stage level 1 sped towards Man Zhong at the same time and performed the combat art. Get out of my way. Man Zhong shouted and gave a punch. The black smoke spread all over. A dozen combat mechs were knocked away, causing great damage. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the other combat mechs hit Man Zhong and their powerful energy went through his totem and armor. Poof! Man Zhong spurted out blood. He was injured. Damn it, Man Zhong roared and grabbed a combat mech closest to him. He squeezed the head of the combat mech. Go to hell. Crack. Crack. Man Zhong squeezed his fingers together and the head of the combat mech deformed. Some electric sparks appeared. What? Man Zhong was shocked. He's not a real person. Self-destruction program initiated. Beep, beep. Red lights started flashing in the eyes of the combat mech. Man Zhong knew he was in danger and he threw the combat mech away immediately. However, he was too slow. Boom. The combat mech exploded. The sound of the explosion resounded everywhere and sparks were created. The impact shook the area. Ah! Man Zhong let out a cry and fell back. The wound on his right hand was pretty bad. The armor cracked and blood oozed out. Kill him, Jiang Li said coldly. Self-destruction? This was the last tactic the match had. Their self-destruction program would automatically be initiated during a critical moment. Of course, they couldn't be recycled for energy points after that. Most importantly, the self-destruction procedure of the match was a passive action. However, if their heart was destroyed in a short period of time or if they were 90% damaged, the program would not be initiated. Of course, when it did, the explosion was very powerful. Everyone could see that by looking at Man Zhong's arm. After all, even 50 machine guns couldn't hurt Man Zhong. Boom. 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 The combat mechs and cold weapon mechs attacked together. It was like there were over 100 martial artists at the perfected stage of level 1 attacking Man Zhong with the help of the firearm mechs. Man Zhong didn't have a weapon and his right hand was injured. Time flew and he was gradually suppressed. Everyone finally saw hope of winning. The reinforcements are really here. Report to General immediately. On the other side, the soldiers from Pingding City were already on their way back as fast as possible after seeing the situation at the military camp of the barbarians. At the same time, who were also arrived with the monsters. Where did these people come from? Who was terrified? Man Zhong is beaten so badly. There are over 100 martial artists of perfected stage level 1. Who's this guy? Let's go. We must tell General Heizong about this. Down in the valley. Donlin quickly led the army to the military camp of the barbarians after receiving the news. The soldiers were shouting. Kill them. Let's go. Go. Behind the commander of Pingding City, Donlin, Lishan, Ji Dinglai and 2,000 soldiers followed. Each one of them was courageous and strong. Man Zhong, go to hell. Donlin jumped 10 meters high, creating a pit hole on the ground. He infused his internal force into the green spear. Swish! Donlin threw the green spear out. It turned into a beam of green light, making a screech. Fast. Extremely fast. Man Zhong turned around with his eyes wide open. Donlin, you. The next second the green spear penetrated the black light shield around Man Zhong, then pierced through his armor and his body. Blood spouted out. This is a great chance. Kill him. Jiang Li yelled with glittering eyes. Chapter 56. Killed. Bang, bang, bang. As Jiang Li shouted, the machine guns, submachine guns and rifles started firing. The bullets flew towards Man Zhong as if it was raining. The black shield formed by the power of Totem couldn't block all those bullets anymore after Donlin penetrated it, so the bullets hit Man Zhong's armor. Man Zhong's body shook. Crack. Crack. In the end, his armor cracked and shattered, falling off his body. His brawny body was exposed. All over him were many black lines that intertwined and formed a black bear totem. His face was also full of patterns, so it was hard to see what he really looked like. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of cold weapon mechs threw their alloy daggers at Man Zhong, creating beams of light. Black bear totem! Man Zhong yelled again. The totem on his body let out beams of black light which went clear in the dark. The light surrounded him and formed a black bear totem. Poof! Man Zhong pulled the green spear out of his body. Blood oozed out and there was a hole on his chest. Bang! Man Zhong swept around with the green spear. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the alloy daggers were blocked, but a dozen still stabbed in his chest. Ah! Man Zhong screamed. At the same time, dozens of combat mechs came and performed the combat art. They gave a few hundred punches in a heartbeat. Get out of my way! Man Zhong shouted as he swept around with spears in both of his hands. He knocked down a dozen combat mechs, raising their percentage of damage. And yet, he was also hit and spurted out blood. The cold weapon mechs moved around Man Zhong and attacked from time to time, making more wounds on Man Zhong. Blood oozed out and gradually covered his body. Man Zhong was indeed severely injured, but since the barbarians were tough, he was still standing and could still fight, even though his chest was penetrated and his body was full of wounds. Go to hell! Man Zhong stabbed with the green spear. Crack! A cold weapon mech didn't dodge in time and his chest was penetrated. The black smoke around the spear started vibrating. Boom! The powerful energy shattered the cold weapon mech. He was broken right away before the self-destruction program was initiated. Recycle. Jiangli immediately recycled the cold weapon mech. Buzz. The shattered pieces of the cold weapon mech turned into rays of light and disappeared in the air. Swish. Recycled a cold weapon mech of perfected stage level 1. Received 75 energy points. A notice popped up. A level 2 enemy is really difficult to deal with. Jiangli took a deep breath. I've already lost 2 perfected stage mechs. Kill him. Donglin waved as he stared at Man Zhong. He led the army from Pingding City onto the battlefield while he rushed towards Man Zhong himself. The thing was that Dao was also a martial artist at the early stage of level 2. That was why the army survived a day even though they were ambushed. As the 2,000 soldiers from Pingding City joined the battle, together with the others and the 600 early stage mechs, they eventually turned the tides. The barbarians fell back. Broken Mountain Palm, Dormlin shouted. His internal force was khaki in color and it carried the power of the earth. His palm print flashed ahead with glitters around it. Donglin. Man Zhong turned around and shouted. His power of totem looked like it was boiling. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, noises could be heard. Jiangli looked into the dark forest and saw the fully armed monsters coming out. Kill them. Ha ha ha. Humans, we are here to kill you. Go. Roars, shouts and laughs. A few thousand monsters formed an army and surged onto the battlefield like tides. The monsters. Be careful. Everyone was terrified. Bang. Someone rushed ahead and bent a tree. That was a creature with an elephant head and human body. His elephant nose was moving like a python. Boom. Donglin's attack was blocked. The elephant nose hit the palm print and created a thunderous sound. Rays of khaki light shot out, forming a giant energy wave. Man Zhong, I can't believe they beat you so badly. Heizong appeared in Jiangli's sight. He was 3 meters tall and he had an elephant head and a human body. He was as fierce as Man Zhong and might even be stronger. The energy of his blood circulated around his body. Humans practice martial arts, the barbarians formed totems and the monsters strengthened their blood. 3 different forms of practice. Among them, the monsters focused on their blood. The higher level their blood was, the more successful they would be. The level of some monsters with high-grade blood might advance automatically every day without even practicing. Hey Zone. Man Zhong coughed out blood and smiled. If you came later, I'd be dead here. By then, the alliance of Greenscale City and Deserted City would be gone. Don't worry. I'm here now. You're not going to die, Heizong yelled. Fire. Jiangli waved his right hand and he used another 50 energy points to refill the ammunition of the firearm mechs. The 50 machine guns fired and Man Zhong was surrounded by tons of bullets. Poof. 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 Blood splashed everywhere. Ah. Man Zhong cried. His injuries became more serious. He had lost a lot of blood during the fierce battle earlier. The barbarians also had limitations and he had consumed so much power of totem, so he was already close to dying. How dare you? Heizong shouted. The power of his blood surged and he was surrounded by a red aura. An unrealistic red elephant head was formed and it flashed towards the firearm match. Broken Mountain Pan. Boon. Donlin rushed ahead and punched. Both of their attacks clashed against each other and exploded into countless light dots in the sky. Tap, tap, tap. Donlin took a few steps back. "Hey Zone, I'm your opponent." Donlin cracked a chilling smile and he flashed aside, grabbing Manjong's iron hammer. He attacked Hey Zone. Ah! Manjong screamed painfully. Poof! 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 Many swords stabbed deep into his body. After that, all the combat match performed the combat art and gave a few hundred punches to Manjong. Boon. In the end, Manjong's head was smashed by the combat match. His skull was crushed and his beheaded body fell. His head was gone, so he would certainly die, but before that, he resisted and destroyed 2 more combat matches. Manjong, an early-stage level 2 warrior, was killed. Manjong. Heizone's eyes popped out. "General!" The barbarian warriors shouted. Chapter 57. The Properties of Internal Force. Loser. Heizone's eyes were full of anger as he stared at Manjong's dead body. A level 2 totem warrior died just like that. Ha ha ha, Donglin burst into laughter and said with a mocking tone, "Heizone, didn't you say that Manjong wouldn't die with you here? Why did I see Manjong's head explode? Ha ha ha. Well done, kid." Donglin gave Jiangli a thumbs up. "Let's deal with these monsters and barbarians first." Jiangli glanced at Donglin and said calmly. "All right." Donglin nodded and was thrilled. "Manjong is dead. With your perfected stage soldiers, we certainly have the chance of beating these monsters and barbarians. I was thinking we'd be able to make it if we could break through their defense line. I can't believe we really turned the tides." "You? How arrogant." Heizone yelled and started activating the power of his blood. Plumes of red smoke rose from his body and formed a giant elephant image. He stomped his right foot, cracking the ground and forming a powerful energy wave. Donlin threw out his hammer and blocked the energy wave. Then, he dodged and rushed to Manjong's dead body, getting back the green spear. 13 deadly spears. Whoosh! 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 Donlin was apparently better at spear arts. His spear shook and the sky was full of spear shadows enveloping Heizone. Break! Bang! Heizone swept around with his elephant now and broke Donlin's spear art. His powerful energy even pushed Donlin away. There's no level 2 Soul Tinder. Jiangli had been waiting for a while, but no level 2 Soul Tinder came out of Manjong's dead body. The possibility of getting a Soul Tinder was too low. The higher the level, the lower the possibility. Swish! Jiangli opened the Dominator panel and looked at the Soul Tinder column. Since the match killed many level 1 barbarians, he had already gotten 10 level 1 Soul Tinders. He could merge them now. Merge. Jiangli didn't hesitate and immediately merged the Soul Tinders. Merging. 10, 9, 8, 7. A notice popped up. This has to work. Jiangli was anxious and he clenched his fists. Swish. Merging failed. Jiangli looked at the notice and was devastated. He got only 10 level 1 Soul Tinders after killing at least 100 level 1 barbarians, but they failed to merge. He was a bit unlucky. Kill them. Jiangli shouted, kill them all. Barbarians or monsters, they all have to die. Kill them. So Jiangli worked off his anger on the barbarians and monsters. He would try a second time if the first time didn't work out. And a third time if the second didn't. Poof. 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 Donlin stopped the level 2 Heizone. After that, 40 perfected stage combat matches, 40 perfected stage cold weapon matches, and 50 perfected stage firearm matches all went onto the battlefield. They were like tigers in a flock. The firearm matches were especially powerful in such a battle. Besides, the monsters weren't as tough as the barbarians. So the monster army of Greenscale City suffered a great loss. Damn it. Heizone was enraged. He had never thought there would suddenly be more than 100 soldiers of perfected stage level 1 here to besiege Manjong. Right now Manjong had been killed and they were backed into a corner. Dugu Huangcheng, why are you still standing here? Heizong shouted. I can help you, but General Heizong, where's my stuff? Rustle, rustle. Some noises came. Many city guards in armor walked out of the dark forest in an orderly formation, while Dugu Huangcheng was in the front. And Hao Qian stood on the right of Dugu Huangcheng. They were all expressionless. Dugu Huangcheng. Hong Qianqiu looked up with anger and viciousness in his eyes. You bastard. You're really working with the monsters. You don't deserve to be the city lord. Dugu Huangcheng glanced at Hong Qianqiu and remained silent. There was disdain in his eyes. He didn't care about what Hong Qianqiu said. Dugu Huangcheng, what are you doing? Heizong shouted. I want my stuff. Dugu Huangcheng reached out and said, I can assure you, if you don't give me what I want, I'll never attack. Fine. Heizong took out an iron box and threw it to Dugu Huangcheng. Shoot it down, Jiangli said. Bang. Bang. The firearm match aimed at the iron box in the air and fired. The bullets flashed across the sky. Clang. 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 Hao Qian waved his hand and threw out many daggers, hitting the bullets down. The iron box landed in Dugu Huangcheng's hand. He opened the iron box. A ray of red light shone on his face. His eyes were full of joy. He then closed the lid quickly and held the box in his arms. Jiangli, how dare you? Dugu Huangcheng looked up and shouted, how dare you touch my stuff? Ha! Jiangli snickered, I also dare to kill you. How arrogant. Dugu Huangcheng grunted, the serious gang is just a third-rate gang and you want to be on top of the world. I must admit, I've indeed underestimated you. I can't believe you have so many courageous subordinates. You suddenly attacked the monsters and barbarians and messed up all the plans. You're indeed impressive, but it's over now. You're going to die today, and the serious gang will also be eliminated. Cut the crap. Fire. Jiangli pointed at Dugu Huangcheng. Clutter, clutter. In a heartbeat 50 perfected stage firearm match turned around and aimed at Dugu Huangcheng. Fire spouted out of the muzzles and the bullets were shot into the sky. There was a pungent smell of gunpowder everywhere. Thunder palm. Dugu Huangcheng yelled and activated his internal force. His hands were surrounded by bolts of thunder. Level 2 martial artists' meridians had been opened up and their internal force would develop different kinds of properties according to the internal force art they practiced. After that, they would become much more powerful. Boom. The palm print was surrounded by electric bolts and it blocked all the bullets in front of Dugu Huangcheng. However, the bullets around still shot the soldiers behind him. Ah! There were screams everywhere. Although the soldiers were wearing armor, there were too many bullets and the armor couldn't protect their entire body. A lot of soldiers died right away after being shot in their vital points. While some survived, but were also injured. Chapter 58. Merging successful. Even though the city guards were in armor, the bullets still dented the armor and injured the soldiers. Jiangli. Dugu Huangcheng looked up and his eyes were full of viciousness. He was extremely fast. His level 2 energy formed very strong pressure. Swish! He rushed towards Jiangli. Stop him, Jiangli immediately yelled. Kill. Swish! 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 40 combat mechs and 40 cold weapon mechs quickly sped towards Dugu Huangcheng after hearing Jiangli's order. Thunder Pan. Boom. Dugu Huangcheng smacked down again with electric bolts around his hand. He hit the chest of a combat mech in the front and his internal force exploded, denting the chest. The combat mech flew backwards and knocked over a few combat mechs behind. It reached 50% damage right away. One more attack and it would be broken. Bang. 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 The other combat mechs and cold weapon mechs attacked Dugu Huangcheng. Protection shield. Buzz. Dugu Huangcheng's body shook and an internal force shield enveloped him. His energy blocked the attacks and he quickly stepped back at the same time. That's strange. Dugu Huangcheng looked at the combat mech on the ground. He didn't feel like he was hitting a human body, but more like hitting steel. He was too hard. Kill them. Suddenly, Hao Qian led the city guards onto the battlefield. Only 2,000 official soldiers and 800 elite soldiers were left. During the battle with the army from Pingding City, 1,000 official soldiers and 200 elite soldiers were dead. Since these people were the traitors of the Qian dynasty, the soldiers from Pingding City worked off most of their hatred on them. They didn't show any mercy. That was why Dugu Huangcheng suffered a huge loss. As these soldiers entered, the situation on the battlefield changed. The 2,000 official soldiers helped the monsters and barbarians and made Hong Qianqia, Long Chengzhen, Yu Shulan, Hua Qian and the army from Pingding City fall back. "You bastards," Hong Qianqia shouted. "Kill them." Hao Qian yelled coldly. On the battlefield, blood splashed everywhere and shadows of swords flashed around. The battle was extremely brutal. The 800 elite soldiers started to help Dugu Huangcheng with Jiang Li's 100 perfected stage match. Luckily, the weapons of the firearm match suppressed them. By now Jiang Li had lost quite a lot of his matches. 100 early stage matches were destroyed and he recycled them for 500 energy points. Buzz. 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 As the match killed the level 1 monsters and barbarians, some grey light dots flew out of their dead bodies and went into Jiang Li's head. "Got a level 1 soul tinder. Got a level 1 soul tinder." Swish. Notices popped up. Dominator panel. Jiang Li opened the window and saw that there were 15 soul tinders. "Merge," Jiang Li said. Jiang Li merged the soul tinders again. Merging. 10, 9, 8, 7. Jiang Li waited patiently and looked at the battlefield. Bang. A thunderous sound came. Dugu Huangcheng killed another perfected stage cold weapon mech and finally discovered the secret of the match. He realized they weren't humans. Are they puppets? Dugu Huangcheng was surprised at first, but got excited afterwards. They must be puppets. I was wondering how the serious gang became so strong all of a sudden. Jiang Li must have gotten something from some ancestor. All right. Dugu Huangcheng clenched his fists. As long as I kill Jiang Li and take away what he's got, I'll be able to rise to the top. Being the city lord is nothing. By then, I'll establish my own empire, a real empire. Thunder steps. Swish. Swish. Dugu Huangcheng moved swiftly and gathered his internal force on his legs. There were electric bolts around them. He avoided the attacks of the mechs one after another, and he tried to break through the mechs with the help of the elite soldiers. Swish. Merging successful. A notice popped up. 10 seconds had finally passed. Okay. Jiang Li was thrilled. Not too bad. It succeeded the second time. Upgrade Wen Gang. Jiang Li immediately used the level 2 soul tinder and 100 energy points without hesitation and upgraded Wen Gang to a level 2 mech. Buzz. Wen Gang was right next to Jiang Li. The level 2 soul tinder went into his body and beams of light shot out. A few seconds later he was upgraded. Master. Wen Gang saluted Jiang Li. His appearance didn't change, but the badge on his uniform changed from sergeant to staff sergeant. At the same time, the gloves on Wen Gang's hands became as thin as the wings of a cicada. Mech type, combat mech. Level, early stage of level 2. No, GD01, Wen Gang. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate combat art. Skill 2, level 2 elementary pulsation. Equipment, level 2 elementary combat gloves. Characteristics. Condition to reach the next level, 2,000 energy points. Jiang Li opened the Wen Gang's information window. After Wen Gang reached level 2, his strength was improved and he now had a level 2 skill. Also, his combat art remained the same. Jiang Li, go to hell. Bang. Dugu Huangcheng shouted as he broke through the mechs with an excited look. He rushed to Jiang Li fiercely. Be careful. Donglin shouted. Chief Jian, watch out. Everyone yelled. Kill him. Jiang Li stood back calmly with a perfected stage cold weapon mech next to him. He gave Wen Gang an order as he saw Dugu Huangcheng charging at him. Combat art. Boon. Wen Gang stood in front of Jiang Li and punched with both hands. There were many shadows of his fists, and the strong energy weakened Dugu Huanqing's power. Tap, tap, tap. Dugu Huanqing backed away and looked at Jiang Li in shock. Level 2. Dumbfounded. Dugu Huanqing was completely dumbfounded. Level 2. Dong Lin's eyes also popped out. Level 2. That was really a level 2 soldier. Gasp. Jiang Li has a level 2 soldier. That's unbelievable. Isn't he only at the peak stage of the elementary level? How would a level 2 soldier work for him? Does he have some kind of superpower? How is that possible? Dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Pulsation. Buzz. Wen Gang ignored everyone else. He continued executing Jiang Li's order. He performed his level 2 skill and attacked Dugu Huanqing. Everyone could see that when he punched, there was a violent pulsation. Since the frequency of the pulsation was too high, a destructive vibrating energy wave was formed. Chapter 59. Turn the tide. Dangerous. Dangerous. Dugu Huanqing's eyes popped. He felt the chilling energy of death. The power produced from the level 2 skill that Wen Gang performed just then frightened him. Thunder Snake Punch. Dugu Huanqing shouted, and his thunder internal force surged out. His body was surrounded by bolts of electricity like tiny snakes. He gathered the internal force and clenched his fists. Bolts of lightning twined around them and formed dazzling white light. Kill him. Boon. In the air, the attacks from Wen Gang and Dugu Huanqing clashed and created a thunderous sound. Beams of white light shot out and an energy wave swept in all directions. It was a bit terrifying. Jiang Li stared at the battlefield and clenched his fists. He started to become anxious. Boon. Ah! Dugu Huanqing screamed. His thunder snake punch was blocked. A powerful energy broke through his defense and his hand fractured. Tap, tap, tap. Wen Gang also took a dozen steps back and was 10% damaged. Fire! Jiang Li shouted. Clatter, clatter. The firearm mechs immediately aimed at Dugu Huanqing. The bullets shot down like raindrops. Protection shield. Dugu Huanqing yelled. He mobilized his internal force forcefully to form a light shield that enveloped his entire body. The bullets hit the light shield and formed many ripples on it. Bang! The protection shield cracked. Poof! 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 Blood splashed everywhere. There were over 100 gunshots on Dugu Huanqing. Blood oozed out from the wounds, covering his whole body. Ah! Shoot! Shoot! Dugu Huanqing shouted, aim at Jiang Li. Kill him! Kill him! Swish! 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 In a heartbeat, 100 archers all aimed at Jiang Li. The arrows fell from the sky above Jiang Li's head. Swish! 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 The perfected stage cold weapon mech next to Jiang Li rushed ahead with blade and sword in his hands, blocking all the arrows. Asshole! Dugu Huanqing's eyes became red. There's a martial artist of perfected stage level 1 next to him. Wen Gang, kill him. Jiang Li stared at Dugu Huanqing coldly. Boon. Wen Gang sped towards Dugu Huanqing fiercely and performed the combat art to approach him as fast as possible. Dugu Huanqing widened his eyes and fell back quickly. Kill. Swish. 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 A dozen perfected stage mechs came behind Dugu Huanqing to block his way out, besieging him with Wen Gang. Ah! Dugu Huanqing let out a cry. Facing such a situation, there was nothing he could do. Wen Gang punched him in his chest and the power of the pulsation went into his organs. He fell and rolled on the ground for a dozen meters, spurting out blood. There were even fragments of his organs in his blood. He was severely injured. My lord. He lost. Well. The city guards were frightened when they looked at Dugu Huanqing on the ground. These city guards were trained by Dugu Huanqing himself, so they were loyal to him. That was why they betrayed the Qian dynasty with Dugu Huanqing. Those who weren't willing to had been killed. Dugu Huangcheng lost. We won. Chief Jiang won again. Ha ha ha. That's wonderful. Hong Qianqi and the others cheered. Chief Jiang is really wise. When the battle began, he purposely didn't send out the level 2 martial artists so the enemies were caught off guard. He used his trump card at the most critical moment to turn the tide completely. He defeated Dugu Huangcheng and led us to victory, Hua Qian said in awe. Chief Jiang is impressive. All hail Chief Jiang. All hail Serious Gain. Everyone shouted. Hey Zone, you're finished, Donglin said with his glittering eyes. Dugu Huangcheng lost. There's only you left. You've already lost the battle. Losers. Losers. You're all losers. Hey Zone yelled. He started to back away. He stared at Jiang Li with red eyes that were full of viciousness and hatred. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Li apart. If it wasn't for Jiang Li, his plan would have worked. The army from Pingding City would have been annihilated, and the monsters from Great-Scale City and the barbarians from Deserted City would unite. By then they would be able to conquer Yonggan City and Pingding City, then take down Black Dragon County of the Qian dynasty with the army of the monsters. Now, however, all the plans, traps and dreams were gone. All gone. Jiang Li messed up everything. He attacked the military camp of the barbarians, killed Manzhong and defeated Dugu Huangcheng. Right now the situation had completely changed. Jiang Li had 2 level 2 soldiers, while He Zone was the only level 2 soldier left on the side of the monsters and barbarians. He Zone and the others were at a disadvantage. Swish! Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel again. He had got 10 soul tinders and he could merge them together again. Merge. Jiang Li merged the soul tinders. Buzz. Merging. 10, 9, 8, 7. Fall back. He Zone yelled. He gave an order while the energy of his blood surged. His entire body was enveloped in light crimson mist. Fall back, fall back. Go. The monsters shouted. So the monster army from Greenscale City started to escape from the battlefield. You can't go. You can't retreat. If you retreat, what can we do? Aren't we an alliance? How can you retreat just like that? The warriors of the barbarians yelled. Kill them. Brothers, it's time for us to fight back. Kill those animals. Ha ha ha. Hua Qian, Hong Qianqi, Li Shen and Ji Dinglai burst into laughter. They all ran after the monsters and barbarians. Commander Hao Qian, what should we do? The city guards were helpless and confused. Run. Hao Qian glanced at Dugu Huangcheng. We have so many people. As long as we are alive, we can still occupy a mountain and be the boss there. Okay. Commander Hao Qian, we'll listen to you. Go, go. The city guards nodded. Hao Qian, where do you think you're going? Bang. Hong Qianqi shouted as he rushed ahead to stop Hao Qian. With his right hand he was holding his crescent-painted halberd, which was covered in thick, fresh blood. He was surrounded by black mist that was full of viciousness. Chapter 60. Half Monster. Swish. Merging failed. 10 seconds had passed. Jiang Li immediately got a notice, but it wasn't good news. It failed and 10 level 1 soul tinders were wasted. That's bad. Jiang Li shook his head and looked around the battlefield. They are trying to run. Jiang Li immediately knew what He Zone was thinking. It's not that easy. Everyone, go and kill them all. Kill all the monsters, barbarians and traders. The thing was, some level 1 soul tinders might appear from these enemies. If they ran away, he wouldn't be able to get so many soul tinders next time. Jiang Li was thinking that he would get enough level 2 soul tinders to unlock the level 2 match after this battle. So he couldn't let He Zone and the others escape. Go help Hong Qianqi. Jiang Li saw Hong Qianqi block Hao Qian's way out, so he immediately sent some match to back them up. Instructor Hong. Hao Qian's weapon was a black spear with spiral patterns. He held the spear tight and looked at Hong Qianqi. Why can't you spare us? Hao Qian. Hong Qianqi took a deep breath and said, You used to be my student. I never thought you'd become a traitor. I must deal with this by myself today. Old man, you're not strong enough. Whoosh! After that, Hao Qian attacked first. His spear was like a black viper and he stabbed at Hong Qianqi's heart, creating screeches in the air. Clang! Hong Qianqi blocked Hao Qian's attack and quickly approached him. He swung his halberd and aimed at Hao Qian's head. Boom! Hao Qian stepped back and dodged, so Hong Qianqi hit the ground. The soil cracked and a 2-meter pit was formed. Snake spear art. Swish! Swish! Hao Qian performed a spear art. The spear seemed to have become a lively snake, moving around and flashing towards Hong Qianqi from a weird angle. Tyrant halberd art. Hong Qianqi yelled and smacked his crescent-painted halberd down with a strong energy. He blocked Hao Qian's attack. Tap, tap, tap. Hao Qian was pushed backwards by the energy and turned a bit pale. That was powerful. Damn it. Hao Qian lowered his head and thought about how they could escape, but Jiang Li's mechs had already surrounded them and blocked their way out. Ah! Suddenly at this moment, something happened. Heizong flew backwards following a banging sound. He broke a few trees and fell on the ground, spurting out blood. Looking closely, Heizong's elephant nose was cracked and was bleeding. What? Dong Lin was terrified. He quickly stopped. Earlier Heizong ran into the forest. Dong Lin was going after him, but he suddenly flew out and broke his elephant nose. He was severely injured. General Heizong. What happened? The monsters shouted. HM. Jiang Li looked over and frowned. No. Suddenly, Dugu Huangcheng screamed. His heart was crushed by Wen Gang's punch. The power of the pulsation shattered his heart and he died right away. Dugu Huangcheng fell on the ground with his mouth opened. He spurted out blood continuously and he died full of anger. All of his ambitions became fantasies. Buzz. A black light dot only Jiang Li could see flew out of Dugu Huangcheng's dead body, then it went into Jiang Li's head. Swish. Got a level 2 soul tinder. A notice popped up. A level 2 soul tinder. Jiang Li was thrilled. He was quite disappointed when the merge of the soul tinders failed back then. He had never thought that he would get a level 2 soul tinder after killing Dugu Huangcheng. Master, the target has been killed. Wen Gang returned to Jiang Li immediately after dealing with Dugu Huangcheng. He saluted Jiang Li and reported to him. He gave Jiang Li the iron box in his hands. This is a trophy I got from the target. HN. Jiang Li nodded and opened the iron box. There was a red spirit herb that carried strong blood energy and spirit energy. Jiang Li didn't recognize it, but it was definitely higher than level 1. Great, well done. Jiang Li closed the iron box. He saw that Wen Gang had reached 40% damage and his camouflage uniform was torn and covered in blood. Repair Wen Gang. Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. Light flashed on Wen Gang's body. 1 energy point was used and Wen Gang was repaired. His camouflage uniform also looked new again. Which mech should I upgrade? Jiang Li mumbled. Right now. Jiang Li had only 4 types of mechs: combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, firearm mechs and intel mechs. He had already gotten 1 level 2 combat mech and the intel mechs weren't strong enough to fight. So he wouldn't think about these 2 types at the moment. The cold weapon mechs and firearm mechs were left. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly clapping and footsteps sounded in the dark forest. A few people then walked out. Jiang Li, Chief Jiang, what a big surprise. Under the dim moonlight, Jiang Li looked up and saw 2 familiar people and 1 new face. Those 2 familiar people were Zhongling and Dugu Luo. Just then Zhongling was the one who spoke and clapped. Zhongling. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and sized the guy up. You also surprised me. Looks like you have a special identity. Ha ha. Zhongling smiled and bowed to Jiang Li. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhongling, a half-monster. A half-monster? Jiang Li sized Zhongling up. Right. Zhongling shrugged. Is it that surprising? A child created after an intercourse between a human and a monster would certainly be a half-monster with the blood of both races. Indeed. Jiangli nodded. May I ask which one of your parents is a monster? Your father or your mother? My mother, Zhongling replied. Jiangli looked at the monsters around. They either had a tiger head, cow head or dog head, and they had fur all over their body. How would anyone be interested in them? I must say, I admire your father, Jiangli said. Monsters can get rid of their monster body after reaching level 3, Zhongling said with a deep voice. Chief Jiang, now that I've answered your question, would you answer mine? For example, where did you get those puppets you control? To be honest, I'm really curious. Chapter 61. 61 The Blood Refining Formation. Yes. Dugu Luo was standing beside Zhongling. He was still wearing a man's green robe. He had a faint smile on his face and he looked very charming. His right hand was holding a yellow bullet shell with his slender fingers. I'm very curious too, Chief Jiang. Your puppets and the weapons you have are really mysterious and powerful. Can you answer our questions? I can't. Also, your father is dead, Jiangli said. Dugu Luo's expression froze. He looked down at Dugu Huangqing's body and said coldly, he's dead. Ever since my mother died because of him, he was no longer my father. Chief Jiang, you really don't give me any face. Dugu Luo smiled. Back then, I gave a 10-year-old red fruit to gang leader Jiang. I'm afraid I don't dare to eat it now. Jiangli said. Chief Jiang, I advise you to say it. You said you still had a chance to live, Zhongling added. My life has always been in my own hands. I don't need you to give me a chance. Where's Yang Zik? Jiangli asked coldly. Where's Yang Zik? He's dead. The respected state lord, Zhongling replied, although he has some secret collusion with the barbarians, he is loyal to the Great Shen dynasty. After discovering our plan, he tried to contact the Great Shen dynasty. I had no choice. I could only find an opportunity to kill him and exterminate the entire county office. In fact, killing is not a good thing. Your plan? What? Jiangli asked. Do you want to know? Zhongling laughed. Are you very curious? As long as you tell me about the puppets, I'll tell you our plan. This is a fair deal, right? I'm not interested. No, Jiangli refused again. I'm more interested in killing you. Do it. Attack. Jiangli waved his hand and ordered to attack first. Hence. The firearm mech turned around and aimed at Zhongling and the other two. Countless bullets shot out from the muzzle. Whoosh! Behind Zhongling and Dugu Luo. The black-cloaked figure waved his right hand and black mist gushed out, forming a defensive light curtain. Bang 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 bang. That was why all the bullets were blocked. Leave this man to me. Kill Heizong and everyone else here. The blood refining formation is about to be activated. All of them must die. The black-cloaked man's voice was low and cold. We have to end this tonight. Don't let Master wait too long. Deacon, you're actually going to do it yourself? Zhongling asked in surprise. Since the Deacon is personally taking action, then you're on your own, Chief Jiang. Dugu Luo smiled. Sure. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Luo and Zhongling rushed into the battlefield. Their auras were fully revealed and they burst out with the power of early stage level 2. Not only that, both Dugu Luo and Zhongling were half-demons and they both cultivated internal force and bloodline power. After the combination of internal force and bloodline power, an even stranger power was produced. It was called the half-demon power. Boon. Boon. Heizong's injuries weren't light. His blood mist surged and the giant elephant roared. He was completely suppressed by Zhongling, while Dugu Luo and Donglin were engaged in an intense battle. Blood refining formation, activate. Buzz. 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 The black-cloaked man made a hand seal with both of his hands, and the black mist formed a series of hand seals. He pressed both of his hands on the ground and activated the blood refining formation that had been set up in Qingshan Valley. Instantly, There were blood-colored lines intertwining, forming a huge formation pattern on the ground. It gradually spread out and covered the entire battlefield. What is this? This one and I, this one and I. On the battlefield, the demons, the barbarians, and the humans all stopped fighting. They looked up and saw the blood on the ground being attracted by a force and floating into the air. Finally, the blood gushed into the sky and gathered together, forming a huge floating array with a diameter of 10,000 meters. In the center of the array, a blood bead was being nurtured. It was absorbing all the blood and corpses on the battlefield. The blood refining formation, the half-monster alliance. Hong Qianqi looked at the formation and finally remembered. You're from the half-monster alliance. Are you the ones who planned this war? Obviously. Hong Qianqi had lived for a long time, so he knew more. The formation is a success. The black-cloaked man raised his head and looked at the array diagram in the sky. He was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, the blood-refining array has been successfully set up. After a while, these tens of thousands of corpses will be refined into blood-refining beads. Obviously. The matter was gradually becoming clear. This war had taken over Pingding City, Yonggan City, Baran City, and Greenscale City. Tens of thousands of lives had been lost, and it was all planned by the Half-Monster Alliance. They only had one goal. That was to use tens of thousands of living beings as food, use the blood-refining formation to refine blood-refining beads, and then consume the blood-refining beads to break through to level 3. On the super fantasy continent, human, demon, barbarian, devil, god, and ghost. The 6 great races. No matter which race it was, they all had the same rule, which was to prohibit marriage between different races. This was an absolute law. But even with the prohibition, all kinds of accidents would still happen. It led to the union of different races. As a result, half-demons, barbarians, half-gods, demons, human ghosts, and other living creatures were born. As soon as these living creatures were born, they would be hunted down. Countless years had passed. As a result, these living beings united and formed various alliances, finally surviving tenaciously. The Half-Monster Alliance was just one of these large and small alliances. The blood-refining formation is complete. Now, it's time to kill all of you. The black-cloaked man looked at everyone present and slowly said, although there were some unexpected things in the plan, the final result will not change. I wanted to wait for the armies of the 4 cities to suffer heavy losses before I attacked. I didn't expect something unexpected to happen. Jiang Li. Jiang Li, the man in the black cloak, looked at Jiang Li. You're quite capable. You gathered all the gangs in Yonggan City and brought nearly 10,000 people. You also have quite a bit of power under you. But it doesn't matter. It's a foregone conclusion. All of you will die here and become the resources for the blood-refining formation to produce the blood-refining beads. The war had reached this point. There were less than 1,000 barbarians from the Baran City, 1,000 monsters from the Greenscale City, less than 500 soldiers from the Pingding City, and about 1,000 soldiers from the city guards of Yonggan City. On Jiang Li's side, the losses were even more severe. There were more than 10,000 people when they came, but only 3,000 were left now. Almost half of the 600 early stage level 1 match were lost, and 140 of the 150 perfected stage level 1 match were left. The loss wasn't too serious. Everyone, we don't need to be afraid, because there are only 3 of them. Kill them, Long Chengzhen shouted. Chief Jiang also has an early stage level 2 master. We just need to work with Chief Jiang to kill these 3 half-beasts. You're noisy. Whoosh. The black-cloaked man pointed with his right hand. Black mist condensed and turned into a finger light. Then, it pierced through the air. It was as fast as lightning and difficult to react to. Phut. Blood splattered everywhere. Long Chengzhen's head was pierced through by the finger radiance. A hole appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. He was dead. Chapter 62. 62 Upgrade, Sniper Mech. A one-hit kill. Although Long Chengzhen was injured, he was still at the perfected stage of level 1. However, he was killed by the black-cloaked man with 1 finger. No one could react in time. Faction leader. The members of the White Dragon gang cried out in grief. Ah. On the battlefield. Ah. Heizong screamed as he was injured by Zhongling again. His chest was hit by Zhongling's palm and he flew backward, spitting out blood. Clang. 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 Donlin's spear trembled and blossomed into flowers. Dugu Luo held the soft sword in his hand. The sword's body was like a thin snake as it wriggled and extended, gradually suppressing Donglin. Kill. More than 1,000 demons rushed over, trying to help Heizong deal with Zhonglin. Suppress. Whoosh. The black-cloaked man made a hand seal and the blood-refining formation started to work. It formed a blood-red light which suppressed all the living beings present. Da. The firearm mech opened fire and killed the black-cloaked man. You're looking for death. Boon. Humph. The black-cloaked man snorted and waved his hand. Black mist surged and knocked all the bullets away. The perfected stage combat mechs and cold weapon mech formed a team and attacked together. Sky-shattering palm. Catcher. The cloaked man struck out a black palm print and killed a combat mech. The damage was more than 90%. One palm. He had destroyed a perfected stage level 1 mech with one palm. Mid-stage of the second rank. He's at the mid-stage of the second rank. Donlin's pupils contracted as he exclaimed. Sky-piercing finger. Whoosh. The black-cloaked man pointed out his finger and a black finger light condensed. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through the air and contained a strange totem power. Barbarian. The black-cloaked man was not a half-demon, but a barbarian. Bang. Wengang rushed forward and smashed the finger radiance with his fist. Upgraded to Firearm Mech QX-01. Wengang, Jiandli quickly retreated and put more distance between them. Wengang had already rushed out and attacked the man in the black cloak. The battle broke out in an instant. Sure. I'll upgrade it. Jiandli quickly opened the soldier type interface and used a level 2 soul tinder and 100 energy points to upgrade to Firearm Mech. Buzz. The level 2 soul tinder was merged into the Firearm Mech QX-01's body and he was upgraded with 100 energy points. Several rays of light flickered on his body. A few seconds later, the promotion was complete. It could be seen. The Firearm Mech QX-01 had undergone a huge change. The bullet box and machine gun on its back had disappeared, and so had the submachine gun and automatic rifle. He only had 2 handguns left. Other than that, it was a sniper rifle. That's right. After it was upgraded to rank 2, the machine gun, submachine gun, and automatic rifle were all gone. It had become a sniper rifle. The body of the gun was painted black, and the style was similar to the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. At the same time, it was also equipped with 3 types of sniper rifle bullets. They were 500 ordinary rounds, 300 armor-piercing rounds, and 200 armor-piercing rounds. His military rank was promoted from sergeant to sergeant first class. Unit type, sniper mech. Rank 2. No, JJ01. Skill 1, rank 1 gunfighting technique. Skill 2, eagle eye at the early stage of rank 2. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 2,000 energy points. Boon. Catcher. On the battlefield, Wengang was only at the early stage of the second level. He was completely suppressed by the black-cloaked man, who was at the middle stage of the second level. In addition, the black-cloaked man had the enhancement of the blood-refining formation. He was stronger. After only a few moves, Wengang was still sent flying even though he had used all his skills. His left arm was broken and there were electric sparks. The damage had reached 50%. Buzz. As the blood-refining formation absorbed more blood and corpses, the blood-refining bead in the center of the formation became more and more solid, and the suppressive force it produced became stronger. Fut. Rays of blood-red light fell from the formation and began to attack everyone present. Repair. Jiangli waved his right hand and used some energy points to repair Wengang. Restored the Kasaya. What? The black-cloaked man was stunned. He didn't expect Wen Gang to recover so quickly. He immediately looked at Jiang Li. It's your doing. Then I'll kill you first. Sure. The black-cloaked man abandoned Wen Gang and the mech around him. He used all his abilities and approached Jiang Li as fast as he could. Shoot. Jiang Li's pupils constricted. Catcher. The sniper rifle with the number JJ01 was aimed at the black-cloaked man. He pulled the trigger and made a loud sound. The powerful sniper bullet pierced through the air. Thump. The bullet hit the black-cloaked man, and the powerful force sent him flying, making a huge explosion. What is this? The black-cloaked man stared at his body, and his voice was a little shocked. Just now, his protective gangshi was almost pierced through, and the powerful kinetic energy even shook him back. Deacon. Zhongling was also shocked. What kind of weapon is that? Dugu Lua was shocked. What other cards does Jiang Li have? The Deacon is at the middle stage of the second rank, but he was actually forced to retreat. Normal bullets are not powerful enough, and armor-piercing bullets are probably not enough either. We'll just use armor-piercing bullets. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Catcher. Sniper Mech JJ01 immediately changed the clip from the normal one to the armor-piercing one and aimed at the black-cloaked man. Bang. He pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing bullet shot out of the muzzle with a red flame, piercing through the air. Whoosh. Touch of black mist. Attack. The black-cloaked man shouted, and the black mist gathered to form a huge black tentacle. It was like an octopus tentacle, and it blasted toward the incoming realm-breaking bomb. With a boom, the two sides collided in the air. The black tentacle exploded, and the armor-piercing bullet was blocked. Shake. Boom. Wen Gang rushed over and punched the cloaked man. The cloaked man was sent flying dozens of meters away, breaking several trees. Sure. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel. In the energy points column, 3,210 points. Jiang Li had lost 310 early-stage level 1 mechs. 10 of them had self-destructed and failed to recover any energy points. The 300 early-stage level 1 mechs had recovered 1,500 energy points. He lost 10 perfected stage mechs and 2 self-destructed. In the end, he only recovered 600 energy points, which was 2,100 points in total. Plus, Jiang Li already had 3,378 points. In total, it was 5,478 points. After repairing the damaged mechs and upgrading 2 perfected stage level 1 mechs, the most important thing was to replenish the ammunition of the firearm mechs. It consumed 2,268 energy points. Upgrade combat mech Wen Gang. Okay, Jiang Li took the chance while the black-cloaked man was sent flying and used 2,000 energy points to upgrade Wen Gang. Sure. Sure. Several rays of light flashed on Wen Gang's body, and the promotion was completed. There seemed to be no change on the surface, and his rank was promoted from sergeant to warrant lieutenant. Vaguely, the aura on Wen Gang's body became stronger, and his murderous aura was extremely threatening. Troop type, combat mech. Rank, mid-stage of rank 2. No, GD01, Wen Gang. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate fighting technique. Skill 2, stage 2 mid-grade vibration. Equipment, level 2 mid-grade combat gloves. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 4,000 energy points. Jiang Li finished reading the information about Wen Gang's promotion. Chapter 63 Sniping. Wen Gang had completed his promotion and reached the middle stage of the second rank. His strength had greatly increased. It was enough to face the man in the black cloak. I want you dead. Whoosh. Boom. The black-cloaked man's angry roar could be heard. A thick black mist surged around him, creating a strong wave of air that blew away the surrounding trees. Immediately after, behind the black-cloaked man, a huge black octopus slowly appeared. It had many tentacles, dancing in the air like pythons. Whoosh. 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 The black tentacle pierced through the air and stabbed at Jiang Li. Wen Gang, stop him. Jiang Li clearly felt the threat. The aura of the mid-stage of level 2 was too strong. Jiang Li felt that he couldn't even move and his blood froze. Sure. Jiang Li. Wen Gang rushed forward at full speed and blocked Jiang Li's way. He punched out with both fists, knocking back the black tentacles. You... The man in black cloak was shocked because he could clearly feel that Wen Gang's strength had increased a lot. Wen Gang actually repelled his attack with just a few punches. If it was just now, Wen Gang would have been sent flying. Sniper mech, fire immediately. Target is Zhonglin. Jiang Li said again. Wen Gang was dealing with the man in the black cloak, so the sniper mech could change its target. Catcher. Sniper mech JJ-01 carried out Jiang Li's order loyally. He turned the gun at the man in the black cloak to Zhonglin. Zhonglin jumped back in shock. JJ-01 immediately used a level 1 gunfighting technique. His eyes were shining as he activated Eagle Eye. From there, he was able to predict Zhonglin's movement and shoot him accurately. Bang! He pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing bullet was fired, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The bullet pierced through the air, predicting where Zhonglin would dodge to, and aimed straight for his head. Block it. What? Zhonglin was shocked. He felt a fatal danger. At this moment, his half-demonic power erupted and a red light rushed out of his body, forming a huge black bull phantom. This was the demonic bloodline, Kuei Bull. Roar. The Kuei Bull roared and charged forward. Thump. The armor-piercing round hit the Kuei Cow phantom. The two collided in the air and exploded, producing a huge roar. The Kuei Cow was penetrated by the armor-piercing round and exploded. Sure. Zhonglin got a chance to catch his breath and dodged to the side, putting some distance between them. After the armor-piercing bullet pierced through the Kuei Cow, it also left a hole where Zhonglin had been standing, causing mud to fly everywhere. Zhonglin made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have kept a distance from the sniper mech. He should have chosen to fight in close combat. Unfortunately, it was the first time he had encountered such an enemy, so he instinctively retreated. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot was heard. Sniper mech JJ-01 fired another shot. The armor-piercing bullet pierced through the air and shot toward Zhonglin again. He didn't even have a chance to breathe. Ah! Zhonglin's eyes widened and he roared in fear. He rolled to the side to dodge. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Although Zhonglin managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts, he was not able to completely avoid it. His left arm was hit by an armor-piercing bullet, and his entire left arm was blown into a pulp of flesh and blood, bones and flesh flying everywhere. Jiang Zhiji, Chief Jiang, please spare me, please spare me. Zhonglin was terrified and begged for mercy. At this very moment, he was no longer as calm and confident as before. There was only the fear of death. He couldn't resist the powerful firepower of the sniper mechs. Obviously, the sniper mech was too powerful. Of course, if the sniper mech got close, it would be hard for him to use the power of the sniper rifle. If Zhonglin could snipe the mech at close range, he would be able to fight. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Stop! The man in the black cloak roared. Thump! Wen Gang's punch landed on the man in black using the vibration skill. The powerful vibration wave hit the man in black cloak and broke through his protective gang chi. The man in black cloak was blown away. Continue to shoot and kill him. Shut up! Jiang Li scolded coldly. Bang! 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 Sniper mech JJ-01 fired 3 shots in a row. The 3 armor-piercing bullets formed a triangle, blocking all of Zhonglin's escape routes. No. Zhonglin's eyes widened. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. Zhonglin was hit by the armor-piercing bullet. He gave it his all and dodged 2 of them, but he was still hit by the last bullet. The armor-piercing bullet was so powerful that it pierced through his chest. His chest exploded and a fist-sized hole appeared. Ah! Ah! Zhonglin screamed. Boon! Heizong took the opportunity to rush forward and punch Zhonglin away. Fire, target Heizong. Jiang Li immediately asked Sniper Mech JJ-01 to shoot again at Heizong. Heizong sensed the danger and dodged to the side immediately. He avoided his vital parts, but his left leg was broken. "Don't steal the kill, do you understand?" Jiang Li said. "Jiang Li, stop. If you stop, we'll let this go and you can still gain the friendship of the Half-Monster Alliance. Otherwise, you're going against the Half-Monster Alliance." The man in the black cloak shouted. "Friendship? I'm not interested." Jiang Li sneered. "I'm not. Kill him." "Shut up." Jiang Li scolded. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 carried out the order loyally. It pulled the trigger and fired. A merciless armor-piercing bullet shot out. Under the gaze of the crowd, it shattered Zhongling's head like a watermelon. This Wufu died just like that. Heizong was also stunned. He was completely suppressed by Zhongling just now. He was afraid that he would be killed by Zhongling if they continued to fight. And now, Zhongling was dead. He was killed by Jiang Li's men from a distance using a strange weapon that he had never seen or heard of before. He couldn't help it. Heizong's heart trembled in fear. It had to be said. Zhongling's death was a bit unjust. He was not weak. He had mastered powerful martial arts, cultivated internal energy and bloodline, and had a strong half-beast power. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Li. The sniper mech's attack was too strong, and Zhongling didn't have a chance to get close. In the end, he was killed by the sniper mech from a distance and his head was smashed. Jiang Li. The black-cloaked man gritted his teeth, and the words that came out of his mouth seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He did not hide his killing intent and anger at all. This Bayan. Zhongling is dead. Jiu Juo was scared and stepped back. He stared at Jiang Li and the sniper mech beside him. Zhongling is dead. Deacon he. Dugu Lua looked at the man in the black cloak. Who tilde. Donglin took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Li in awe. He was glad that Jiang Li didn't show up, or they would have been dead. Gang leader Jiang is really trying to turn the tide. Hua Qian sighed. Haha, sect leader is amazing. Pan Kuei laughed out loud, but it aggravated his injuries and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood refinement bead is about to be formed. Now is not the time to retreat. The black-cloaked man raised his head and looked at the formation in the air. The blood refinement bead in the center of the formation was almost solid. The corpses and blood on the battlefield had almost all been absorbed. In at most 1 or 2 minutes, the blood refinement bead would be completed. You guys have no chance. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and all the mechs gathered into a chain. They charged at the cloaked man together. Kill them. Chapter 64 Secret Skill, Soul of the Ink Stamp. Due to the suppression of the blood-refining array, the ordinary soldiers and warriors couldn't do anything to Dugu Luo and the cloaked man. But the blood-refining formation couldn't suppress the mechs. Mechs weren't living creatures. They were mechanical creations. The blood-refining formation only had a suppressing effect on living beings. A few hundred mechs attacked Dugu Luo. With the addition of Don Lin, Dugu Luo was forced to retreat. He was in danger. Clang, 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 clang. The flexible sword in Dugu Luo's hand danced like a thin snake twisting in the air, knocking away the incoming bullets and making a crisp sound. Phut. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the shoulder by a bullet. Blood splattered. She staggered and retreated as fast as she could, avoiding Donglin's spear. Whoosh. 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 But the cold weapon mech threw his alloy dagger at her, covering several vital parts of her body. Break. Shua. Dugu Lua gritted his teeth and his face flushed. He forcefully activated his inner force, which contained the power of the water attribute. The soft sword drew a semicircle, forming a curtain of sword light that blocked the alloy dagger that was coming at him. Deacon, quickly think of a way to break out of this encirclement. If this continues, we will all die here. Stop. Dugu Lua shouted. No. The man in the black cloak gritted his teeth. He had to defend against the sniper mechs and the other perfected stage level 1 mechs while blocking Wengang. Buzz. Buzz. The black mist surged and a huge octopus appeared on his body. The black tentacles finally blocked the attacks. The blood refinement bead will be completed soon. We can't waste all our efforts. The man in the black cloak shouted. I'd like to see how long you can last. Jiang Li sneered. At the same time, Jiang Li looked up at the formation in the sky. Under the influence of the formation, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even mobilize his qi and blood. In the center of the formation, the blood refinement bead gradually solidified. Sure. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and looked at the energy points. There were only 1,000 points. It wasn't enough to upgrade the sniper mech to the middle stage of level 2. If I can upgrade the sniper mech to the mid stage of level 2, I should be able to kill the man in the black cloak. But without Wengang holding him back, the sniper mech will be in danger if he gets close. Jiang Li thought to himself. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the sniper mech seized the opportunity and fired several shots. The armor-piercing bullets contained powerful kinetic energy and destructive power, tearing the air. Bang! Several octopus tentacles were shattered and an explosion rang out. Black mist filled the air and the black-cloaked man retreated repeatedly. He had used up a lot of energy. Shake. Boon. Wengang took the opportunity to attack. His fists landed on the cloaked man, creating a violent vibration with a strong destructive power. Bang! The protective black mist exploded. Ah! The man in the black cloak screamed and spat out blood. Da. The machine gun bullets shot wildly. Without the protection of the black mist, the machine gun bullets hit the man in the black cloak and blood splattered everywhere. His body twitched as if he had been electrocuted. The black cloak was torn into pieces by the bullets. Jiang Li saw the man's face. He was a middle-aged man with a square face. Jiang Li didn't know her. Never seen before. Cough, cough. The black-cloaked man coughed up blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he squatted down. The black-cloaked man had half a barbarian's bloodline, so his life force was unusually strong. There were so many bullet holes all over his body, and he was bleeding so much blood, but he was still alive and still had strong combat power. Jiang Li, you forced me to do this. Jiang Li, the man in the black cloak, stared at Jiang Li. The hatred and killing intent in his eyes seemed to have become real. I didn't want to use this. Now that things have come to this, we can only do this. Barbarian's secret technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-cloaked man let out a long roar and forcibly mobilized all the power in his body. Pitch-black patterns appeared on the surface of his body and then crawled all over his face. In an instant, it formed a lifelike octopus totem. The soul of the ink stamp. Boom. As the black-cloaked man let out a furious roar, an invisible aura spread out, creating a terrifying wave of air that sent everything in the surroundings flying. The cold weapon mechs and combat mechs that were charging at the cloaked man were all knocked back more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. At this moment, the black-cloaked man seemed to have truly transformed into a giant octopus. The tentacles spread out and the octopus was at least 5 meters tall. It was a huge creature. Die. You're courting death. The black-cloaked man roared. The ink-stamp totem left his body and charged at Jiang Li with great power. He was going to kill Jiang Li. Jiang Li's pupils also contracted. He felt a fatal threat. Obviously, Jiang Li didn't expect the man in black to have such a secret move. All mechs, block it. He ordered. Let's go. Jiang Li calmed himself down and shouted. Shua. 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 All the mechs gave up on their original enemies and rushed to Jiang Li. They used all their skills to block the attack. Bang. The totem octopus showed its fangs and brandished its claws. It smashed away the early-stage level 1 mechs at the front. At least a dozen early-stage level 1 mechs were scrapped. The remaining mechs were getting more and more damaged. They were at a critical point. Boon. 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 More than 100 perfected stage level 1 mechs attacked. All their attacks landed on the totem octopus and loud rumbles echoed. The mechs were knocked away one by one, and the totems and octopuses became smaller and dimmer. Shake. Die. Wengang roared. He jumped up and punched the totem octopus with both fists. The powerful force pierced through the octopus. Bang. Finally, the sniper mech fired the last shot, and the armor-piercing bullet shattered the giant totem octopus into pieces in the air. Ah! The black-cloaked man screamed and spat out blood. His face was pale and he kept retreating. He staggered and sat on the ground, paralyzed. He had suffered a violent backlash. No. This was impossible. How could my secret skill lose? No. The black-cloaked man cried out in grief. Jiang Li. Dugu Luo's pupils constricted and he was extremely shocked. Yin Luo, Deacon Zhong lost. Deacon Zhong, who's at the mid-stage of level 2, lost to Jiang Li. Once Deacon Zhong is dead, I won't be able to survive either. Run. Sure. Without the slightest hesitation, Dugu Luo took advantage of the fact that there were no mechs around to force Dong Lin and the others back. Then, he turned around and ran away as fast as he could. Bang. Bang. The sniper mech fired at Dugu Luo, who was trying to escape. Dugu Luo instinctively felt the danger and dodged to the right. Boom. The huge tree in front of them was broken by the bullets and exploded into pieces of wood. Dugu Luo's face turned pale and he stopped in his tracks. He couldn't escape. Chapter 65 Cavalry of Black Dragon County. At the same time, Wengang was already in front of the man in the black cloak. His fist hit the man's head with a strong vibration effect. A bang was heard. The man in the black cloak's head exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh. It was a horrifying scene. His head exploded. The black-cloaked man was dead. Dugu Luo's pupils contracted and he gradually lost all hope. Deacon Zhong was killed, so it was even more impossible for him to escape. He never thought that the final result would be like this. One had to know. After the Half-Monster Alliance found out about the conspiracy between Greenscale City and Barren City, they had planned this. They had set up a blood-refining formation in Qingshan Valley in advance, waiting for all the creatures to be injured before they could reap the benefits. Everything went smoothly according to the original plan. He would never have thought of it. Jiang Li's appearance disrupted everything. The most terrifying thing was, Jiang Li is so powerful. Not only did he turn the situation around, but he also killed Deacon Zhong and Zhong Ling. Only Dugu Luo is still alive. Kill. Kill all the monsters and barbarians, leave no one alive. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes, Chief Sovereign. The mech responded and attacked the remaining monsters and barbarians. Bang. The sound of the sniper rifle rang out. The armor-piercing bullet pierced through Heizong's heart and went through his body. His heart was shattered and he spat out blood. His huge body fell to the ground and died. The dark brown general is dead. Huwu was terrified. Run. The morale of the demon soldiers collapsed. Da. The fire mech fired at full force and the bullets turned into a meat grinder on the battlefield, taking the lives of the barbarian and demon soldiers. It was a one-sided massacre. Buzz. 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 Grey light spots flew out of the level 1 corpse like fireflies. Only Jiang Li could see them and they merged into his forehead. A notification flashed before his eyes. Acquired a first-stage soul tinder. Acquired a first-stage soul tinder. Although the drop rate of soul tinder is low, there are too many enemies. A smile appeared on Jiang Li's face. It's a pity that we didn't get a second-stage soul tinder after killing 2 second-stage soul fires. Jiang Li looked at the bodies of Heizong and the man in the black cloak. Bah. PFFF. At this moment, the battle between Hong Qianqi and Hao Qian had come to an end. Hao Qian's spear was knocked away and Hong Qianqi's halberd pierced into Hao Qian's chest. Cough cough. Hao Qian coughed up blood and looked at Hong Qianqi. I didn't expect that I would still lose. HMPH, he snorted. Hong Qianqi snorted and pulled out his halberd. Blood was dripping from the blade. He scolded, after you reincarnate in your next life, don't be rebellious. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Qianqi raised his heavenly halberd and was about to kill Hao Qian. Bang! Jiangli took a pistol from a firearm mech next to him and aimed at Hao Qian's head. He pulled the trigger and a hot bullet shot out. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. The bullet hit Hao Qian in the back of his head, shattering his skull and killing him instantly. This Bayan. Hong Qianqi was stunned for a moment. He looked at Hao Qian on the ground with a complicated look. Then he slowly put down the heavenly halberd in his hand and sighed. One had to know. Hong Qianqi had taught many people, and Hao Qian was the most outstanding one among them. However, he had never expected that he would betray Dugu Huangchen. Buzz. A grey light came out of Hao Qian's body and flew into Jiangli's forehead. It caught another level 1 soul tinder. I'm quite lucky. Okay. Jiangli smiled. Buzz. A few minutes later, after Jiangli killed all the monsters, barbarians, and the city guards of Yongan City, the blood refining formation absorbed enough blood and released a blood-red light. The formation map in the sky glowed. The blood refining bead in the center was successfully formed. Blood refinement bead. Dugu Lua couldn't help but raise his head and exclaim, I've successfully condensed it. Oh. Jiangli also looked over. Boon. Immediately after, the blood refining formation collapsed and the suppression force disappeared. Jiangli regained his ability to move and the gang members returned to normal. After that, the blood refinement bead, which was about the size of a baby's fist and contained a large amount of qi and blood energy, slowly descended from the sky. Wen Gang, go and get that bead. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. Sure. Wen Gang nodded and jumped up into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, he caught the blood refinement bead that was slowly falling from the sky. Chief Sovereign. Wen Gang returned to Jiangli and gave him the blood refining bead. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and held the blood refining bead in his hand. He could clearly feel the extremely dense and pure blood energy contained in the blood refining bead. If Jiangli could absorb the energy, he could easily condense internal force and break through to the early stage of level 1, becoming a real martial artist. This thing is pretty good. Jiangli was quite satisfied with the loot. With the help of this blood refining bead, I believe I can improve my strength very quickly. I'm lucky in the end. Jiangli didn't care about the fact that tens of thousands of lives were needed to make this thing. Besides, he didn't set up the blood refining formation. Jiangli only got a bargain. This was not a small discount. One had to know. This was an elder of the Half-Monster Alliance who had completed level 2, and he wanted to use the blood refinement bead to break through to level 3. Sure. Jiangli opened the Dominator panel. After killing all the monsters in Greenscale City, the barbarians in Barren City, and the rebels in Yongan City, Jiangli got 100 level 1 soul tinders. The biochemical mech could be unlocked. This matter was not urgent. Bang. The sniper mech fired several times and broke through Dugu Lua's defense. The bullets went through his chest and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Cough cough. Dugu Lua coughed up blood and looked at Jiangli with a pale face. Chief Jiang, what are you doing? Kill him. Jiangli just glanced at him indifferently. Ta-ta-ta-da. At this moment, in the distance came the sound of horse hooves, attracting everyone's attention. They all turned to look, and soon, a dense group of cavalry charged into Qingshan Valley. It could be seen. There weren't many of them, only 1,000, but each of them was a martial artist at the beginning of the first rank. A large black flag was raised in the center. There was a lifelike black dragon pattern on the flag. The black dragon pattern twisted and turned, forming the word Kun. The Great Genlord Dynasty. The Black Dragon County Cavalry. The leader of this group of cavalrymen was a rough-looking middle-aged man. He wore pitch-black armor and had a dignified expression. His presence was extremely powerful and he radiated with a thick, baleful aura.